Welcome in everybody. I'm Vicariously Jambi. Today we will be talking about Ruby Volume 7 with Dakota Redheart and Phoenix of Dusk. In just a jiffy, just allow me to get a call with them, make sure everything is set up properly, make sure to time out Dakota, and oh, is this supposed to be like the okay. Sorry, my roommate was showing me that there's going to be a new Baja Blast flavor coming to Taco Bell. Not sponsored. Hashtag not sponsored. Okay. Ah. What'd I do? You know what you did. Ow. Rude. Exactly my point. Okay. Ad break incoming. Alright, we're gonna go into an ad break, and when we come back, chat, we will be getting to the call and get into things. So, I'll see you when the ad break is over in like a couple minutes. Let me know what ads you watch. Because I'm always curious what people are watching while I'm busy yapping, not realizing everyone is in an ad. Adjust myself a little bit, and then we'll head to break. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Break time. 3, 2, 1. Credit Karma, makeup, trolley pops? Trolley pops? I didn't even know Trolley made lollipops. That's interesting. I always know them for like those weird ass like claymation commercials. One of them being like a little kid hiding in his closet from a monster, and then the trolley worms are singing and giving away their position and get the kid killed in the process. Ooh, need to turn off my PNG. There you go. Gummy popsicles? Wait, is it what I'm thinking of? Oh.
Gummy popsicles, okay.
I don't know how that works, but it's apparently trolley gummy popsicles. Like, how do you make a popsicle that's also gummy?
You put a
Good question. Next question.
You put a stick in the gummy worm's ass, you see, and you just shish kebab it.
They look like they're bendy, but it's like a popsicle. Did you like freeze gelatin? Is like that how it works? I don't get it, but like it exists.
All right.
Like how do you make popsicle bendy?
I know that works. It's very loud.
Right. So last night we had watched RWBY Volume 7, and there's a lot to get into, a lot to unpack, a lot of things that have been set up and possibly rushed in some circumstances. But let me just read the quote-unquote overview that's pretty much found on the back of the Blu-ray case. And thankfully, the person who made the article on the RWBY wiki actually has it right here as well. So
awesome.
Yeah, it's actually Fujitech is on the fruits apparently.
Or Fuji's.
Oh no.
But yeah, RWBY, Weiss, Blake, and Yang have fought hard alongside their friends to bring the Relic of Knowledge to Atlas, the northernmost kingdom in Remnant. However, the futuristic urban sprawl may hide just as much danger as the grim-infested tundra that surrounds it. Enemies and allies will collide as our heroes fight to stop Salem's forces. But banding together is dangerous when you don't know who you can trust. So that's basically the entire theme is General Ironwood doesn't trust anyone, and anyone that he does attempt to trust in the season, it just kind of like blows up in his face in some regard.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, I can kind of relate to that because holy shit, after some point, I really couldn't trust a lot of people for the longest time until more or less I got into VTubing, because honestly, it's actually because of the people, certain people ruining my social circle, I guess you can say, that I ended up being a VTuber anyways.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dumb joke. VTubing. It's cheaper than therapy.
Ironically enough, yes.
Because when I was insured to go to therapy, I still ended up paying like $125 every other 2 weeks, because that's when my sessions were. And so it was nice at the time, but after I had to quit my previous job in order to help my roommates out, I ended up not having that insurance anymore. I couldn't go to therapy anymore. Yep. Alright, and so next we got a little bit of, it's not really a synopsis, but it's more like a general fact. Volume 7 is the 7th season of RWBY. It premiered on November 2nd, 2019 on the Rooster Teeth website and ran for 13 episodes with a holiday break on December 28th, 2019. Starting with RWBY 7, Volume 7, RWBY stopped being uploaded to YouTube. The volume was preceded by Volume 6 and followed by Volume 8. So, off the bat, that's actually something we can probably talk about a little bit quickly, because how I mentioned that, I think I mentioned this to Dakota or both of you last night, where the first three seasons were basically chef's kiss, because Monty was still around in direct creative control of his baby. And then after his death, you can kind of see that the narrative direction, yes, is expanding the world of Remnant around them, but it's not quite narratively put together, that more or less. And then, so then you have like, you know, the first 3 volumes, perfect to the way they are because of Monty, or as perfect as they can be with the limitations Poser had. Then 4 through 6 had significant improvements to animation thanks to Maya. Though because of what Maya is capable of, it did limit certain animation frequencies compared to what Poser was able to do, or for like the fight scenes and whatnot. Because like, you know, the fight scenes like in the first 3 volumes were more like widescreen effect, whereas now with Maya, it's all like close personal, almost claustrophobic, if that makes sense. And you do, and that is a little bit more prevalent with that fight between Penny, Winter, and Cinder towards the end of Volume 7 too, which is a cool scene. I will admit that is a cool, badass scene with like that whole 3D, that whole 360 camera effect used that have the whole fight in one shot like that. If they kept doing fights like that, I think I would probably not mind Poser having the better fight animations compared to future volumes, but I digress.
They don't take advantage of it nearly as much.
Yeah. So like first 3 volumes, Monty Gold. 4 through 6, a narrative smorgasbord, because they're trying to initially fit so much between so many characters, where like you would think more or less, maybe with the exception of Weiss, that personally in my opinion it should have been like, volume 4 should have been RWBY season to better expand the world of Mistral through her eyes, and then you would expand the world of Vale going to Mistral with Yang, and then you would have Menagerie be more explored and tempered with Blake's point of view, right? Yeah, and that way you could have still had your cake and eat it too. You would have full seasons of the characters having their own exploration, more or less, and then so. But because of that, they didn't go that route. It's more or less a narrative smorgasbord, and so it's kind of like a little bit of a jumbled mess. Maybe more than a little bit, but it's a jumbled mess nonetheless. So that's the narrative issues with RWBY going right there. And so, but when we get into volumes 7, 8, 9, we're going to start diving into the behind the scenes issues. One of them, as this overview just says, volume 7 was the first RWBY volume that stopped being uploaded to YouTube, because originally all the RWBY seasons up to this point got uploaded to YouTube, whereas volumes 4 through 6 were delayed episodes, where if you were a first member for Rooster Teeth, you got to see the episode released in its proper, and here comes Thomas the Train, in its first initial release, whereas if you wanted to watch it for free, like you have been for the first 3 volumes, you had to wait at least a week for your RWBY to be uploaded to YouTube. But with going to volume 7 through 9, they stopped that altogether.
Damn it, Thomas, we're recording.
And he gets louder the second you say that too.
Oh my god!
One of Thomas's famous subtle cameos. Ha ha!
Jesus.
Excelsior.
Blue Lady actually made a comment. Their membership rules gradually changed. You used to only have to wait a day when it was free. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. Because it was like first come first serve, right? But and then they would upload it the next day. But then after that, they changed it to a week, and then after that, they just removed it altogether. Yay!
Mhm.
And then people.
I mean, at least it was going on YouTube and supporting the show. But like when removing it all together is just kind of like, well, then now people just aren't gonna watch it.
Yep. And so because of that,
Like,
the Yarharin really started
Mhm.
around this time, and because of that, because of so many people were Yarharin, a lot of sites got like taken
Mhm.
down immediately. That's why for the longest time, up to this point, up until Phoenix, until your Yarhar site, uh, there was nothing. There was not. We could not find anything until
Yeah.
you came along, more or less. Which is
Yeah.
crazy how quick they were to get to it. Like Ice Queendom, oh, it's just a regular, traditional anime, not the
Mhm.
Americanized. You know what Ruby has been for the longest time. So like, oh, we don't care about that. We just care about regular Ruby.
Mhm. Yeah, it seems like a lot of YouTube animation channels, like Rooster Teeth and like Cartoon Hangover come to mind. They started like, we can't make money off of YouTube, so we're gonna make our own little streaming service. When like realistically, they probably should just made a deal with Netflix, because like no one's gonna buy an indie streaming service to watch something they watched on YouTube for free, and then they all kind of flopped.
It's the reason why glitch production works so well, because they started on YouTube and then went to streaming services, but still have everything
Yeah.
on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they're like on like household name streaming service and not like made up indie streaming services. People are like, I already have Netflix. Why am I gonna spend monthly for a YouTube show and only that?
That you can watch for free.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like if only they could make deals like Glitch is doing now, where they can just license it to Netflix and still own the rights. But like I guess that just wasn't a thing in the 2010s.
I guess not. I guess back then, indie animation was still a thing, but wasn't nearly as popular as it is now, because animation by big companies were still relatively solid, I think.
Yeah. Like maybe you could the only way you could get like on Netflix is if you sell the rights to Netflix probably back then.
Pretty much. Nowadays, Netflix like, yeah, well, you still have the rights and everything.
We'll
We'll,
license
we'll,
it,
we'll
not
take
buy it.
like partial cut of any revenue
Mhm.
because we're hosting it. But yeah, you're the makers. You handle everything. We just
Mhm.
host it on our streaming service. No problem.
That's
Mhm.
how people like Jerry Seinfeld, despite like not doing as much anymore, he's still making so much money because of how popular Seinfeld is to
Mhm.
this day. And all he does is just license it off like to Hulu Plus for like a couple years, and then when that contract is over, license Seinfeld out
Mhm.
to Netflix, and then so on and so forth. And he makes bank revenue off of it.
Mhm.
Pretty much. I guess same thing with any comedy routines that he's recorded and sold.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
It's kind of similar to with like Gabriel Iglesias or Fluffy, where he still technically sells things on DVDs and his own service and everything, but he still has it available on Prime and Netflix and such.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know, a lot of comedians do that, whether it be
Mhm.
Fluffy, Jeff Dunham, fucking Randy Feltface.
Yeah. Oh wait, hold on. I think I have to let my cat out of the room. Hold on.
Okay. Honestly, out of all the jokes Randy has told, the fucking bookshelf one is my favorite.
Mhm.
Uh.
Pa, pa, pa.
Alexa, turn on the living room lights. Okay.
If Ruby came back, how many seasons do you think it has left in it?
Honestly,
If
I only have the faith that it's only gonna have one final season to wrap it all up, because it feels like with season 10, Rolling 10 is gonna be that last big finale where they close it out, but it's not gonna be fully satisfying because they only have one season left to work with. And if they try to do any more than that, I guarantee people are gonna say, "Just let it end. We don't care anymore."
Yeah.
I think,
I feel like yeah.
so I would say, and Blu-ray has probably the right idea as well. I would say since they're doing like a rule of 3 with each season, I think that's gonna be for like the last final arcs as well, would probably another 3 seasons. On top of that, I'm not quite sure if I agree that nobody cares anymore, because like when I first started RWBY Tuesdays, you remember how Carrie Chartreuse literally made a public video the very next day I did RWBY Tuesdays, and
Yes.
yeah, that was awesome. That was a very nice coincidence. But on top of that, he announced that there are plans to have RWBY be able to be streamable again, which is what happened. You had to pay like a little bit of a like exorbitant amount of money, even though you could literally just yarr it. But Fujitech is going nuts again.
Damn it, Fujitech.
Oh, I wonder
I'll
what
never forget about this.
Wonder what the hell is going on with Fujitech. You guys are just a
Maybe
spiral
it's
to
like
me
a
now.
server issue.
Maybe?
I kind of honestly think like the only way RWBY's ever gonna come back if it gets picked up by a streaming service. Is I don't think they're gonna be able to fund it on their own, since it's like
Yeah,
a shutdown studio that only has like 5 people in a dream right now.
basically.
Not unless they
like-
try to pull another Kickstarter, which
So
they're
But like if it did get greenlit on like say Amazon Prime or Netflix, I don't think they're gonna think it's like profitable just to do one season and then the franchise is dead. But I also don't know if it needs more than one more season, so like I don't see anyone like greenlighting it.
So this is where I was actually gonna segue before Fujitech started fucking up. Is that after Carrie Chartreuse, whatever his fucking name is, he said his name like last night when we were watching the RTX panel from 2019. So and I can't believe I forgot it. Anyways, Chartreuse even said that he the next update he made after that of RWBY being streamable again was that they're doing re-releases of special Blu-ray editions of each individual volume, which unfortunately I think I'm gonna have to buy into that. And I think that was made to probably be a marketing stunt to see if there's still any enough interest in RWBY to justify it continuing on where they left off, and then make an extra bucks on the side, basically.
Like one thing I could see them maybe doing is having a streaming service do like the Netflix route where they greenlight one 25 episode season that they break into 3 parts and say it's 3 seasons.
Right.
So that way it'll be just like a year of RWBY, or just 3 seasons or something. Like they could probably do something like that, but that's kind of like would be good, but also bad because they wouldn't get paid as much because if they just paid for 1 season instead of 3.
Yeah, and even on the official RWBY channel, it's like they're like heavily trying to promote the Blu-ray re-release that's coming out for Volume 1 next month, which I really want to get because I'm really curious what these character cards are gonna look like. And then their last update that they made just yesterday was us ever since RWBY became available to watch on digital again, and it's just a gif of Mercury eating popcorn in Volume 3. Yeah, and so they're garnering interest, but I'm not quite sure how much of it. So hopefully it'll be enough to justify a new season. But yeah, as far as what Blu-ray typically runs in sets of 3. 1 volume with longer episodes would be better. Yes, I guess that would be true. That would be enough to justify a finally one and done season. But it's like I don't know if that would be justifiable enough or like good enough. Then the reboot. Make RWBY great again. I'm going to hell for that. Yes, you are. But that is a possibility. They could possibly reboot it. I think I even mentioned this. I think last time we got together, where I think Phoenix, you had an idea of what could possibly beat Salem, and that's basically a rewinding time. And that could be what everyone has to do for volume 10, or to both justify different rewrites and or recreations and continuation of RWBY as a whole and IP, and then it just creates many excuses for a lot of open opportunities for creativity.
I just had an idea. Ruby's silver eyes can destroy Grim, right?
Yes.
Not destroy, more. It depends on the size. Like if the smaller ones, they can be destroyed, but if the bigger ones, they'll just either paralyze them or temporarily petrify them. Also, hello, Raiders.
Welcome in, Raiders.
She just silver eye Salem and destroy her Grim half, and then she'll just be good Salem again.
There have been theories about that, and
right now we are just talking about RWBY Volume 7. We watched it last night, and here we are yapping about it.
Yeah.
And welcome in, everybody. Who's your favorite RWBY character? What's your favorite RWBY volume?
But at the same time, if she can be incapacitated, that means she can be weakened.
And what were you playing, Z?
Powered, but not killed. Because again, she's immortal.
Just thinking, like, what if they go like the redemption route and have like some sort of MacGuffin to make Silver Eyes more stronger and just kind of like cleanse her dark half, so that way she'll just be good Salem again. She'll still be immortal because you can't kill her, but like,
well,
you can cleanse the evil
Animal
half.
Crossing, nice.
I mean, it's possible, but not like she's gonna become good again. Because again,
well, she won't be as powerful, and she won't have like the motivation to like kill things anymore.
No, she'll still have the motivation. Because again, you're getting rid of her quote unquote dark half. But it doesn't destroy her motivation to want to basically destroy the world for what the gods did.
But you also get rid of her magical, like, her dark powers, so that way you could just, like, lock her in prison. So she doesn't so she won't control the Grim anymore.
We more or less have just started, Z, so get ready for a lot of yapping if you plan on sticking around. If anyone needs to get drinks or have to go to bed and do some aftercare streaming, go ahead and do that. I don't blame you. Make sure you stay hydrated, and I hope you all have a wonderful time zones.
But honestly, Team RWBY has enough plot armor that I can believe they'll probably be able to get through it.
Yeah, I could totally seeing that be kind of like a Steven Universe style cop out. Like, we can't destroy her. All right, we redeem her by getting rid of her dark half.
Yeah, no,
I was just thinking
I'm
just thinking of the Batman scene. I won't kill you, but I won't save you either.
They would literally be pulling like a Avatar: The Last Airbender, where he's just like, I don't want to kill the Fire Lord. Well, you have to. And he's like, nah, I'm gonna do my own thing, and he just does something else.
Yeah.
All right, your powers are gone. You're immortal, but like you can't hurt anyone anymore. I mean, yeah, you could theoretically stab someone if you want, but like we'll just put you in prison.
Basically, it turns her from a godlike figure to a demigod with no power.
Yeah, she's literally just she does have magic. She's always had magic, but like I don't know, just lock her up. I mean, it's better than controlling an army of Grim.
Imagine that the best way to beat her is just like kneecapping her.
Kneecap? Does she have knees? I mean,
yes.
Her legs have been hidden around like the whole time. That's right. She doesn't have basically the equivalent of the dark equivalent of Rosalina, where she just had the massive void underneath her dress.
I'm fairly certain she still has legs, considering that by the time because Ozma had to spread something when he got back with her.
The void does see.
I mean, back then, sure, but can we assume she still has like at this point in the story? I'm 100% joking, by the way.
You good, Chevy?
Sorry, I was choking on my my drink.
Okay,
nice.
Died over here.
What was I gonna say again? Yeah, there's a lot of basically these questions of how is this all gonna go down? Who's gonna be the one to deal the final blow? And like, what will happen to the world? Like, will they manage to overpower Salem, bring the four relics together, summon the gods, say, hey, we managed to sort our differences out, we're much better now, and the gods will basically, give people back their magic and pray that they don't make the same mistake again? or maybe, and this is a hard maybe. This is something I might actually go along with. They go for the relics, but they decide to destroy them instead, meaning that the god can't be summoned, but it means that the power can't be used either.
Mhm.
Basically, forcing people to become good and not use the magic, the gifts that God gives them, make it so, well, to an extent, Ozma's goal becomes null and void, but at the same time, the gods kind of did their own thing and caused the World of Remnant in the first place. So
Yeah. So here's my thing now that we're talking about like the relics and collecting them and possibly having use for them and whatnot. Why does Salem want them? Because I can understand like she wants to gather them. She understands like, oh, like if the gods don't see the humans fit, they'll just wipe out humanity again and just destroy the world. Okay, that's evil. She's an evil woman. Cool. Right. Why would the gods do what they want her to do? What is they? What
Maybe
makes
she wants to kill the gods?
I mean,
Like,
that's a
or
possibility.
I'm gonna use these items have magical powers, which I could love to use, and 2, I can summon the gods and get my revenge.
the way I see it is that she can try to summon the gods, but when they see that she's gone mad with power, the god of creation will just snap her immortality away, and god of destruction will just destroy her ass.
Yeah.
Still haven't learned your lesson. It seems giving you immortality was a mistake. Snap immortality away, brother. Deal with this.
Oh, I feel
with pleasure. Rem, eater.
Yeah. So see, that's the thing. Why didn't the God of Light just take away her immortality then? If she was that much of an issue,
Maybe their gift was so good that she's so immortal that they can't get rid of her immortal powers, because that would technically kill her. So like she's like definitively immortal that even the gods can't touch her.
So it's like can God make
that.
make a stone that even he can't lift? Debate.
Yeah.
I could see that. And it just creates a paradox, I guess.
They're just so good at their like magic. Like, oh shit, we made them immortal. We can't touch them.
I mean,
we can't even remove their immortality because that will technically cause them to die one day.
Well, that's the thing. They knew that they would die eventually, but I think the reason why they gave her immortality was to basically punish her and keep her away from her love. And once they realized, oh, the person who is trying to do their goal kept on failing to do their goal because they weren't immortal, but the person who was trying to interfere with their goal was, we realized that their mistake, let's correct it by basically reversing our choice.
Mm-hmm.
So
the way I see it, she's been immortal for so long, she might as well just fade to dust, but the moment her immortality is gone, like time will just catch up to her in an instant.
Yeah.
ooh, that'd be interesting if like Ruby's eyes could like negate her immortality and that happens. That'd be interesting. But that
was a nice twist.
I feel like this is gonna raise so many questions that it's gonna be like Thanos levels of like plot holes. Whereas spoiler alert, if you haven't watched this for some reason, it's been like 10-year build up that everyone's watched to this point. But in Infinity War, Doctor Strange looked into the possibilities of the multiverse of a trillion possibilities of how to defeat Thanos, and only one of them somehow was the only possible conclusion of how to defeat Thanos, and then they lent on with that possibility going to Endgame. That was the right path to defeat and kill Thanos, and then win, had the good guys win, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which was arguably one of the most badass scenes that Tony Stark has ever had in his entire life, and probably one of the most badass scenes that Robert Downey Jr. had his whole film career, honestly.
Right. So here, and then we get into Doctor Strange 2, when we get introduced to the concept of the Book of Vishanti, where a Doctor Strange in another parallel world defeated their Thanos with that same book. So it's like they just are making shit up to make excuses of that just prove that trillion future sight theory that Strange had in Infinity War was bullshit.
To be fair, the way he defeated Thanos was basically testing an alternate universe by dream walking, which caused that universe to get destroyed. So, like, like if Doctor Strange did that in our universe, he would have destroyed an entire universe, which would be worse than wiping off half a universe.
Oh, no,
So
no,
like,
no, no, that wasn't even the case at all, because in Doctor Strange 2,
well, that's why they killed him. Like
But that-
the
but-
Illuminati killed him
but
because, like,
no-
yeah, you stopped Thanos, but like you destroyed a whole other universe. That's
they were
fucked up.
all from the same universe. That's why they even
I
said,
know they were all from the same universe, but they saved theirs by sacrificing another one they don't even know about.
was that how that happened?
Yeah, he basically dreamwalked to basically find a solution how to defeat Thanos, and when he found one, it caused that alternate universe to basically explode. So they basically saved their universe by killing another, and they're like, Doctor Strange, thank you for saving our universe, but that's really fucked up and worse than wiping out half of ours. Because you wiped out an entire one.
I have to find.
That was the whole plot. They introduced incursions. And then, like, Doctor Strange 3, Purple Lady is going to be like, yo, main Doctor Strange, you caused an incursion. You got to go help me fix it before that universe blows up. Because dream rocking is bad or something.
I have to watch the movie again, unfortunately, now to actually get the full context now, or
yeah.
find the plot synopsis, because like that's not how I interpreted it though.
No, like the entire point of Doctor Strange 2 was just to introduce the word incursion. You could skip the movie. The whole point of the movie was just to introduce the word, and I find that kind of like, that's ridiculous.
That's bullshit.
Yeah.
That's dumb.
Just like how Loki only exists to introduce the word variant.
Oh my god.
Seriously?
Here's the funny thing too.
Like, Loki's good, but
the-
like it kind of just feels like the only thing. It's like you could skip it, but it introduced the concept of a variant.
Well,
Like they gave a word for multiverse clones.
Yeah, they gave a word for it because like
Hmm.
because honestly, not gonna lie, up until that point, alternate reality, whatever, it was literally what us comic book fans just called, characters from an alternate reality. So we got Miles Morales from an alternate reality, who is the Spider-Man of Earth. I think it's 1649. It's either 1649 or I'm confusing the same Earth designation with the Marvel Zombies universe.
Mhm.
I'm sorry, there's a Marvel Zombies universe?
So okay, so
Getting
and
a spin-off show on Disney Plus.
Oh my god, just when I thought the DC universe was stupid enough.
oh yeah, and it gets worse because it's actually the origin story for the Marvel Zombie stories is a tie-in with the Army of Darkness comic books.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, so you literally have Ash Williams with his chainsaw arm and everything be like groovy, like buck-shocking with his his boomstick, blowing off people's zombie heads basically and everything. But basically, Ash Williams died, went to heaven, and then and even then I still don't understand how this happened, more or less, until they try to explain it. But it gets confusing because comics basically.
So,
But
yes.
so basically, Ash Williams died, goes to heaven, and for whatever fucking reason, there's already a zombified sentry in heaven killing angels, and then God was like, "Yeah, you're kind of a pest. I'm gonna like yeet you out of heaven." And so he accidentally yeets out both Sentry and Ash Williams into what will become the Marvel Zombies universe. And then this zombified Sentry zombifies the Avengers, and then it spreads basically like
This is the actual plot of Marvel Zombies? That's stupid.
it's the origin story of Marvel Zombies, but I
It's
wish
a crossover with a horror movie? Did they just got its old spin-off? Did they just forget about Ash when they lost the rights?
Possibly.
so around this time, the Army of Darkness had like their own comic book series with, I think, Dynamite Comics, maybe. I can't remember the actual like name of the studio doing these, but let's say for example, for the sake of argument, it's Dynamite Comics. And so Dynamite Comics is making a bunch of Army of Darkness, Ash Williams related Evil Dead comics, okay? And
Right.
and then and then they got the opportunity to collab with Marvel Comics. It's like, hey, you want to do something with Marvel Zombies? And then they said, sure. So you want to do the origin story of the Marvel Zombies virus, or how the Marvel Zombies universe got Marvel zombified? And they're like, sure, fuck it, let's go. And then basically what I just told you was the synopsis of like the first issue, and then
Interesting.
everything is just through Ash's point of view, where everything is just hitting the fucking ceiling fan, blood, guts, and shit and all. And
Wow.
yeah, and then you, if I remember correctly, they go to Doctor Doom as like the last resort for help, and he already has Enchantress chained up, and Enchantress is already zombified, but she's using her magic to keep herself looking normified. And so like, hey, I'm a hot babe, Ash, like let me out here, and like, you know, smooch and shit, and then like, okay, cool, fuck it, let's do it. And then it's like, and then Doctor Doom was like, no, and Enchantress was like, ha, and then zombifies Doctor Doom, and then the rest of the Marvel Zombies horde breaks in and fuck shit up basically, and then
God damn it, Ash.
but Ash reluctantly escapes, leaving the Necrocomicon behind because Ash made a deal with the Necrocomicon that, hey, you're literally a book made of human flesh, and then you literally have flesh-eating zombies out the door. So like, we help each other out, and neither of us perish. And the book was like, fuck you, right? You got me there. Makes
A zombie book.
That's hilarious.
And so the book of human the dark magic book of human flesh decides to open a portal to an alternate universe. But as soon as the Marvel Zombies bust in, it literally knocks Ash through the portal, but leaves behind the book. And everyone's like, "Hey, look, a free meal!" And then it was like, "Ew, but no, this is rotten flesh, not fresh flesh." And then Hulk was like, "Hulk, use this for toilet paper."
Oh shit. That's disgusting.
Man, Zombie Hulk.
But
Zombie Bruce. Hang on a second. If that's Zombie Hulk, how does Zombie Bruce Banner act? That's my question.
so it's
Would he
actually
just always be angry?
no. So, well, only when they're hungry. So here's the thing about Marvel Zombies and why, at the time when it came out, before the origin story kind of ruined it for everybody, it was actually a very cryptic alternate reality where, because around this time, zombie movies and zombie shows were a popular thing that were up and rising, and overly done at that point, even back then. But like, Marvel Zombies went a little creative with it. It's like, what if there was a zombie virus in the Marvel universe, but all of your favorite heroes and villains still retain their consciousness, but they're forced to eat their loved ones because of an overwhelming urge to consume human flesh. And so that's where we kind of get Peter Parker zombie with PTSD. Because he
Zombie Spider-Man rip his skin off and then just wears his Spider-Man suit like it's his skin.
So okay, so yeah, so he eats his version. So that's Marvel Zombies 3, I think you're referring to. There's multiple storylines.
Oh my god.
So like, Marvel Zombies 3 is basically kind of what you're referring to, but there's like a lot to that. And shit hits the ceiling fan a lot. But so it just starts off with Marvel Zombies 1 starts off with Magneto roaming around Earth, trying to save whatever survivors he can to take him to his hideout on his satellite meteorite moon called Asteroid M, I think it's called. And he manages to find some survivors, gets them off planet, but he had to leave himself behind. So he's running around fucking a decimated New York City, and zombified Captain America throws his shield at him, and then he uses his magnetism just to reverse Uno it back and chops off a part of the top half of Captain America's brain and head. And honestly, it looks like Magneto is about to escape scot-free, but Ant-Man was an ant-sized zombie and literally takes a chunk out of his shoulder, and So the thing about Ant-Man is that he's also known as Giant Man as well because of the pin barcode. So because he can make himself into a giant as well. So he turns into a giant, basically holds Magneto.
Damn it, Percy!
And he basically, god damn.
Choo choo
What
chat.
is with the fucking train system near you? They're ballistic.
Well, they're assholes, I'll tell you that.
Jeez.
So, and basically Giant Man / Ant-Man is holding Magneto still, and it's like, free meal, boys! And then, Zombie Hulk, like, literally snatches a whole fucking leg off of Magneto. How he didn't scream like a bitch like that is actually respectable and impressive. But literally, all the zombie Avengers are gathering around, Magneto, and Magneto knows he's lost. And so he's like, and his literal final words is like, I hope you fucking choke on me. And then they proceed to devour him in probably one of the most gruesome fashions ever. I wonder if I can actually find the actual comic book panel for that. Marvel zombies. But because they've eaten, they have subverted their hunger and they begin to retain their humanity or their human conscience, and Peter is like, oh my god, I can't believe I fucking did that.
Man, I hate how like the Disney Plus What If episode that's like like a backdoor pilot for like its own spin-off show was like a weird comedy episode.
Yeah, and that's why a lot of people were not fan of that.
Yeah, like for some reason, a lot of the surviving MCU characters are like comic relief Ant-Man characters, and like this, one of them is like, so like I think Sharon Carter's alive, and she gets zombified, and then like and she like swallows the wasp, and then the wasp gets big again, and she's like, "Ew, I got Sharon on me." And it's like, bitch, that was your friend, one of the last survivors. Why are you Marvel quipping that? That's horrifying.
Yes, and yeah, like I said,
your friend just turned into a zombie. You blew her up like Thanos, Ant-Man style.
Damn.
Just like, ew, I got Sharon on me. It's like Marvel comedy's weird.
It is, and with them doing. Let's see, I wonder if we can find a death scene or not. Probably not. They munch him, and so he dies, and then they regain their humanity for momentarily, and then they go and meet up with the rest of the zombified heroes, and Iron Man's like, bro, the fuck you doing hogging all the good meat to yourself? And then Captain America's like, what? No, it was just a rat. We just ate a rat. And
Can
so
Wolverine get zombified? Because he has like a regeneration power. Wouldn't he just like cure himself?
So, okay, real quick, I'll answer that question in just a jiffy. But Iron Man is like, well, if you guys didn't eat, hey, Spider-Man, how's Aunt May and Mary Jane doing? And then Spider-Man has a whole fucking PTSD Vietnam flashback. It's like, oh my god, what did I do? Oh no!
Oh fuck!
And he's freaking the fuck out too, because he's regained his humanity, and he remembered what he did when he first became a zombie. And Iron Man was like, well, he doesn't do that when he's hungry. So what you tell? Explain that. And Captain America's like, fuck, you got us. I'm sorry, bro. And then Iron Man's like, it's cool, bro. I probably would have done the same thing. But yes, Wolverine is zombified. But
how does that work? He should heal. It's like a disease.
So the Marvel zombie virus is like so great that it actually overwhelms his healing factor, because later on in that storyline, Silver Surfer comes to Earth for the first time in this alternate reality, and so whenever the Silver Surfer comes to Earth, he warns the planet like, hey, you got selected to be eaten by Galactus. Sorry, bro, not out of my hand. So what do you think all the Marvel zombies do when they see a new fresh meat arrive? They all gang up on him, and so the thing is that Silver Surfer is super powerful on his surfboard, so you can't stop him, right?
Mhm.
And so the only people that were able to do jack shit to him was the Hulk. And I'll get to that in a little bit. So, but first, Wolverine tries stabbing him, right?
Mhm.
So, and here comes another fucking Thomas train.
Oh my god.
Would Colossus be immune since he's made out of metal?
So, I'll so I'm not quite sure because a lot of the characters we don't know how they get turned, but there is a side story where Kitty Pryde survives because like she's like the one character that cannot be physically touched because she can make herself intangible and whatnot. But basically, she in her side story she does say that Colossus did get got. I don't.
Can Colossus turn human skin, or is he just always metal?
I'm not sure because there is a lot of characters that you would think would not be able to be turned into zombies, get yada yada a lot, or never shown at all. So there are things I cannot answer, and so if you do ask a question of a character like, well, what about this character? My answer would be like, I don't know, bro.
Yeah,
That's the unfortunate thing. But
imagine trying to bite Colossus, you just immediately fail.
Yeah, and so
It's like metal.
So with what to answer your question about his regeneration, Wolverine tries to stab Silver Surfer with his claws, and pretty much his entire right arm gets ejected from his body, or no, out of his skin even, because all of his flesh, tissue, muscle, and everything is just decayed rot, and so it can't hold his body together as it used to, and it doesn't have the same regeneration anymore. So he's out just a walking corpse, more or less, like everyone else. And so, but the only one able to do any damage to the Silver Surfer was the Hulk. And how Hulk got him was he quite literally just chomped his head off.
And just look at this image you sent. Like Luke Cage is there. Isn't Luke? I don't know much about Luke Cage, but isn't his power he's bulletproof? How do they puncture his skin?
So remember how I mentioned Sentry?
I'm sorry, I'm just gonna ask a bunch of weird, dumb questions that probably can't be answered.
Actually, does get a little bit answered because the part of the Avengers team that confronted Zombie Sentry in the Ash Williams origin of the Marvel Zombie virus, yeah, Luke Cage was among the Avengers team that confronted Zombie Sentry.
Okay.
And so, like, you got Zombie Superman right there. So, like, it kind of writes itself right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll try and not ask any more dumb zombie questions because we're just gonna keep going on this tangent.
I get wanting answers, and there is a lot of things that do get answered, but it's like
it really just goes to like the whole power scaling debate, where it's like if this character's so powerful, they should be technically immune, but like, you know, plot convenience, no, they are zombies.
Yeah.
I was like watching a stream and they were talking about like death battle stuff, and they said like the winner of death battles is like whoever the writer wants to win. Because you could literally, if you want a character to win or lose, like you could just find a way.
Well, say the thing about Luke Cage / Power Man is like he's bulletproof and he's like super strong, but he's not like the same levels of like Hulk super strong. And so, like, you know, you got Sentry, who is, like, as strong, if not possibly stronger than Hulk, depending on who you argue and what you argue about that. So, there's that. But, yeah, and so then, after Silver Surfer gets his head chomped off, all the remaining zombies that Surfer didn't kill, I have to specify that because, like, when the zombies try jumping him, he does put up a really crazy good fight, standstill, more or less, until Hulk says, yummy, Silver. And a good portion of a lot of the Marvel heroes and villains are dead now. And so when Hulk kills Surfer, the remaining zombies that were there for the fight pretty much munch on the leftovers. And here's where it gets a little bit crazier. All the zombies that ate a piece of Silver Surfer become cosmically empowered, so they're now cosmic Marvel zombies. and so now they can like shoot laser beams and shit.
Damn.
And so they're like, "What's a Galactus?" Like, what did the silver guy we say? Because he said something about a Galactus, and we're like, "I don't know, Tony. Let's make a space radar." And like, "Holy shit, what's that giant mass approaching Earth?" And so they build a machine to combine their Silver Surfer powers to pretty much blast a hole in Galactus's face, more or less, and then they consume Galactus.
Dang.
And then guess what happens after that? They become more cosmically empowered, and then they proceed to travel across the universe eating every sentient life form.
Damn.
And that's more or less the end of Marvel Zombies 1. Marvel Zombies 2 picks up with a little bit of a flashback where Hank Pym has T'Challa in his basement sedated, and so what Hank Pym wanted to do was to cut a little piece of Black Panther off, shrink down, eat the giant enormous piece of human flesh in proportion to an ant, I should say, and then proceed to regain enough consciousness or humanity back to try and work on a zombie cure. And then his wife, Janet Van Dyne, aka the Wasp, kind of wanted to be greedy with it, and then he had to kill his wife.
Dang.
I should say decapitate, because in Marvel Zombies, when a zombie gets decapitated, they don't actually die, surprisingly. Which is actually a feel-bad moment for Hawkeye when his head gets chopped off by Magneto, and his head is abandoned in like a creek for like 30 plus years. And so like when they rediscover his head, he's literally got the mentality of a 5-year-old child.
Damn.
Yep. And so Marvel Zombies are off consuming other planets, and the remainder of humanity, now led by an escaped Black Panther, now called New Wakanda, basically tries to salvage what they can of humanity. Marvel Zombies come back. It's like, ooh, we got more humans. I thought we killed everybody. And then it turns out that overwhelming urge to consume human flesh can be waited out. So if you fight it for like so long, or put into like a sort of isolation chamber, and you wait it out, it subsides. And so you can still be a zombie and not eat human flesh once you like overcome that hurdle. But if you eat human flesh, it resets you back. So it's like that one punishment in Hades in Greek mythology, where it's the guy going up the hill, but the boulder he's pushing up the hill, it keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and so he has to go back down because it's too much for him. But like, if you overcome that hill, hey, you're home free.
Mm-hmm. That's like Theseus or something, right?
I think so. And then
It's the funny boulder guy from the memes.
And then at the end of it, one of the heretical surviving mutants decides to teleport all the Marvel Zombies to a different universe. And then that's where we get into Marvel Zombies 3, and where we get into see if I can find that scene real quick, where Sandman of that reality kills their version of Spider-Man, because the Marvel Zombie Spider-Man regains his urge of hunger and turns the Sinister Six into zombies, which in turn kills off his friends and family. And so he's like, God damn it. And then I couldn't save anyone again. And so he rips off his flesh, which is what you were referring to earlier, Dakota, and puts it into the garbage can. And it was like, I'm Peter Parker, no more. And because it's in reference to the Spider-Man No More storyline, where for whatever reason Spider-Man no longer has the superpowers, which is also
does a zombie J.K. Simmons wear the skin suit and start pretending to be Peter Parker?
I don't think so, because I don't think that that's ever shown, because they kind of, like, again, they yada yada a lot of things, because, like, oh, it's another zombie apocalypse. Ooh. It's happening like in the original Marvel Zombie universe. Ooh. And then it turns out that, in order to keep the Marvel Zombies virus contained, more or less, into a paradox, Uatu the Watcher yeets the zombie sentry into heaven, and then this is where it goes into the fucking time loop of, Ash meeting zombie sentry in heaven, God kicking zombie sentry out into the Marvel Zombies universe, and then it becomes a time loop, more or less, where it's gonna recycle endlessly.
So is there just 2 zombie sentries and just no one questions it?
I don't think anyone cares at that point, considering everyone is just eating each other's faces.
Yes, that's fair. Haagen-Dazs.
Haagen-Dazs. All right, long tangent over. Back to RWBY. So yes, the whole premise of RWBY is trust and fear, and we have Ironwood. So let me just read off the overview real quick, so we have like a basis of what to get into, because my mind is still like lingering on Marvel Zombies right now.
Bonk it out, yeah.
RWBY's group.
Shit. Bam, catch Bunny and Burger.
It's Bunny. Alright, RWBY's group successfully arrive at the Kingdom of Atlas with the Relic of Knowledge in tow. They work with General Ironwood towards
legalize nuclear bombs.
No! Okay. Ad. They're stuck in ad hell. Ow.
Not the ads.
Not the ads.
Alright, now that we're done with the Marvel Zombies tangent, let's actually talk about RWBY gets blocked by ads.
That's divine intervention if I've ever seen it. If y'all need to go grab a drink or go to the bathroom real quick, I don't blame you if you need to now.
I'm good.
Yeah, fine.
Okay. I'll just wait like a minute for the ads to roll by.
Here, I haven't got them yet.
Blue lady. Oh, gonna turn into a damn fire-breathing dragon. Poor blue lady. I'm curious, like, what ads you got right now.
Just had a horrible thought. What if AI becomes so good that they can just have like AI ads where it looks like the streamer is doing the ad?
That I'm pretty sure would be illegal.
Yeah, that'd be horrifying. You'll just be like playing Mario, and then all of a sudden it's like that one bit from Wayne's World.
Oh God.
Pizza Hut. No one can out Pizza the Hut.
Oh Lord. Honestly, most of Mike Myers' movies, aside from Austin Powers, have a lot of advertisements for no fucking reason.
Yeah. Well, they gotta fund the movie somehow. We might as well make a joke about it.
Yeah.
I guess, but there's a difference between having a fun advertisement and a blatant advertisement, like the Cat in the Hat with Universal Studios.
True.
Yeah. That was funny, though. And quotable. Like, Universal... Oh, it's like a roller coaster. Like, Universal Studios Resort. Cha-ching!
That's not the whole quote, but it's close enough.
Yeah.
Like, this is amazing! It's like a ride at an amusement park! I mean, like at Universal Studios! Cha-ching! Fuck it.
It was funny. I don't care if people say it's bad. I think it's fine. It is bad. It is bad, but like... It's not nightmare fuel like people claim.
It's bordering on that.
Chat, are you with me? Speak.
I'll say this much: the live-action Grinch movie, despite its horribleness, at least is better than any other like live-action adaptation of the story. At least Jim Carrey in the Grinch costume, he moves like he's part one of the costume, and he's at least funny.
Yeah, like it tells a story, while like Cat in the Hat, even the book it's based on is just kind of a bunch of little slice of life moments. Like, oh, we're doing silly things during a rainy day. And it's like that doesn't really work for a movie.
Not really, no.
Unlike like the Grinch, where like, okay, you can make a story with the Grinch even though it's simple.
Okay.
It's simple, but you could do a lot with it.
Yeah.
Okay, we're back from ads apparently, from what Blue Lady says. Back to reading. They work with General Ironwood towards his goal of building a communication tower on Amity Coliseum to restore global communications and tell the world of Salem and unite Remnant. Excuse me. To unite Remnant against her. However, the arrival of Arthur Watts and Tyrion Kalos in Atlas, looming threat the looming threat of Salem and the growing trust issues between our protagonists make things more complicated. During the volume, the heroes learn that Penny Paladina was rebuilt following the fall of Beacon. The Happy Huntresses... Why is that in highlight? Okay. Oh, that... Oh, it's what Robin Hill's group is called, apparently. Led by Robin Hill, attempt to help the people of Mantle, no matter what, and Jacques Schnee attempts to become a member of the Kingdom's Council in order to remove dust embargo made by Ironwood. All the while, the heroes are trained by ace operatives and become actual huntsmen. While they work with Ironwood throughout the volume, his continued extreme actions toward it Mantle begin to make them question if they are doing the right thing or not. So, okay, start off. It picks up. Volume 7 picks up directly where it leaves off. They kind of Last Jedi this, where it literally picks off where it leaves off at the beginning or at the end of Volume 6. Yeah. I was gonna say Force Awakens for some reason. Both are correct though, but
yeah.
And they pretty much go on from there. If I remember correctly, the time difference this time between each volume was like between volumes 4 and 5, or I think days or weeks or something like that. But in volume 6 to 7, I think it's 5 minutes. I think Carrie or Miles joked about. And they basically go from there. I think I don't know if this is accurate or not, because I don't think this is the timeline for it, but I think somebody mentioned in the comments of this article that that the entirety of Volume 7 happened within 2 days. I don't think that's true. I think a lot more time happened. It's just
in this season.
Yeah, 2 days.
Yeah, no,
it's not 2 days. It was at the very least 2 weeks.
At least.
I say a month. Like they're trading in huntsmen with the best huntsman people. Is no, you're not doing that in 2 days or 2 weeks. They did a ton of training.
Mm-hmm.
This is true.
Plus, it's a whole campaign thing going on. This has to be a month and a half or something.
Something. I think it's a little bit longer than that, because I think the ages for Team RWBY were because I think RWBY by the time we get to Volume 9 is 17, I think.
They're that young?
Oh yeah.
They're
they're all high schoolers.
18 or 19 right now.
RWBY is young because she was the youngest.
Okay.
Everyone else,
right.
everyone else, I think, is
I guess it's just the anime problem where everyone just looks like adults until you actually say their names. You're wait, they're that old?
Yeah.
Isn't Snow White in the original Disney Snow White 10, but she looks like a fucking adult? It's just a weird thing cartoons do.
Well, mind you, because they based her off of a person who was around in her teenage years but looked young.
Well.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, she was pretty much incredibly young at the time, which...
Yeah.
Here's the question, how is the prince in that story?
I think that's the weird thing, is I think in the original Disney Snow White, Snow White's 10 or 13, and the prince is in his 20s or maybe 18.
Ugh.
So it's weird.
Yeah.
It's one of the Disney movies where you're it's best not to think about it because it's weird.
Yeah. Or in the case, in the words of Rachel Zegler, weird.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking damn it. She's awful.
Yeah. All right. So basically, yes, we get into that, and the lower half of the Kingdom of Mantle looks like downtown Chicago. I'm sorry, but it does.
You're not wrong.
And then
Yo, the Pope is from Mantle. Let's go.
God damn.
As someone who lives in Illinois, I'm actually quite proud that our our Pope right now is a Chicagoan. I just imagine like the fucking chapel in Rome right now or the Vatican, I should say, is literally got like White Sox and Chicago Cubs logo somewhere.
Jeez.
But yes, oh, I'll be damned if he's a fucking Cardinal. Oh my god, he could be a Cardinals fan. I just realized that.
Well,
is that good or bad?
So, for one, they're down in St. Louis, and they're like in this like the same like regional division for like baseball teams. So every like regional division has like certain like rivals and whatnot. So like you got the Chicago White Sox, Chicago Cubs being like obvious examples right there. But there's always a third factor that no one takes into consideration because they are down in fucking St. Louis. The Cardinals. And because of that, because he's the Pope now, and Pope has Cardinals as like his like second command and shit, like that would be like ironically fitting if that's true, if he's a Cardinals fan. I don't know.
You think he inherited the copy of Undertale, or is that just gone?
Copy of Undertale.
Oh, you don't know?
I don't know this. But that sounds hilarious.
Oh, like years ago, like in the 2010s, Matt Pat had the chance to meet the Pope at the time, and he gave him a gift of a copy of Undertale.
You're shitting me. Oh,
yeah, it became like a whole big thing because the internet was calling him cringe and hating on him. But no, that's fucking cool.
That's awesome. Well, that's the thing about the previous Pope is the previous Pope was like so open-minded and everything. It's just shame he died.
And one of the funny things is, I think one Pope event they played Megalovania in the background, like either Megalovania. No, it was like Bone Trousers, like Papyrus's theme or something.
Nice.
People were like, wait, why are they playing that song? Like, does the Pope know it's from Undertale? Did he play Undertale?
That's awesome.
Well, Matt Pat had confirmed to have given a Steam key for Undertale to the Pope. So maybe he did confirm.
Was it like a whole Steam thing where like they said legally you can't inherit a Steam account, it just gets deleted or something if you die? That's stupid. How would they know?
No idea.
Put your Steam account on your inheritance. Why not?
Mind you, you'd have to put the username and password in the inheritance letter. So there you go.
I feel like something like Steam's term of agreement says you can't do that or something, which is stupid. I don't know if that's true or not.
All right, back to RWBY real quick. The lower half of Mantle looks like downtown Chicago. Everything looks like shit. Everyone's overworked. Everyone's fed up, and then honestly, it just looks like modern day, which is kind of makes sense because Atlas and Mantle in general are the futuristic city that keeps getting brought up a lot. They're the futuristic bureaucratic assholes that everybody hates, basically. And looking at the lower half of Atlas, it makes sense of why everyone doesn't like the literal high society of people up in the air.
It's kind of like funny that like it's kind of like very relevant to what's going on today, where it's like in like RWBY there's like the embargo where they can't like do trade deals or whatever. In IRL we have tariffs, so it's like, oh my god, RWBY's just like it's for real.
Oh my god. I hate how that's accurate.
Like everything's closed off right now.
So Team RWBY and friends walk through the lower half of Mantle. You get that one racist Mantlean. I guess we're gonna call the citizens of Mantle that Mantlean. Just being an asshole to Blake, and White sticks up for cool. That's awesome. Hydrate. Thank you. I'm getting dehydrated with these Chex Mix. And Oh god, that really dehydrated me. And that raises alarms, and then that gets the attraction of other Atlas security, military, Atlas military, and honestly, for literally being the capital known for being what was it? Fuck, what's the word for it? Discriminatory against faunus. That was mild sauce, especially if you live in downtown Chicago.
Yeah, it's really weird how, like, for a kingdom that's been set up to be, like, really kind of racist, they have, like, a lot of, like, fondness and, like, high jobs.
And that's what I was telling you about before, how inconsistent the writing and narrative direction is when it comes to that. It was like, oh, you literally have a faunus right there.
Yeah, it was literally just it there for, like, Blake's character arc, but now that it's over, like, they just don't need to bring it up anymore, which is kind of, like, weird.
Which makes Ilya's backstory of why she joined the White Fang all the more inconsistent. Where all this sudden tolerance, I should say, I guess the word is for, is suddenly there when you have Ilya, who had like a traumatic backstory of like humans mocking all the faunus that died in the mining accident, along with her parents, by the way, and then suddenly Atlas knows better now? Question mark. I mean, even one of the Aesop's, Marrow, even acknowledges that, yeah, I'm used to discrimination. I know what discrimination is. It's tough. And I don't know. They glide past this shit too easily.
Yeah. Maybe Ironwood's just chill as fuck and doesn't care, but there's just like people off screen are just really bad.
Oh, most likely. And here, that's the issue, is that we go into RWBY being known for telling, not showing. So then after that, we're in a fucking ad break too. God damn it.
Papa.
Alright, so we'll get into that. Team RWBY, help out. Stick out like a sore thumb, because apparently you need to have authorization in order to help human civilians not get munched by Grimm, and they're brought to General Ironwood directly.
To be fair, they landed a stolen plane without like complying with the plane
Ordinance.
operator people, whatever you call them. So like they're already kind of just looking for them.
I mean, yeah, but actually, don't want to make the I'll make the fucking comparison. It's like a wizard trying to defend themselves against a dark creature when they're underage in the Mocha world, and yet they still get arrested. Like, first off, there are laws saying you can do that, no problem. Second, I'm pretty sure there were no muggles around because it was freaking pitch black at night. Thirdly, why are you attacking me when there are people around me who are much worse?
Yeah, but it's just kind of this thing, like one stolen airplane, when like the whole kingdom's like embargo, they're scared of probably like basically like terrorists or whatever, like, oh, stolen plane, who the fuck's flying this? To they're just like, oh my god, unlicensed huntsmen are like fighting things. Those are probably the terrorists. You know what I mean? Like causing a lot of commotions. Like they didn't arrest them because they were fighting Grimm. They arrested them because like, oh, those are the people we're looking for. Those people being really loud and in the open when they should be kind of hiding a little bit.
Yeah.
So like it's kind of believable that they like got arrested. It was like, yo, you're probably the ones who stole the plane. The thing that made me weirded out is like, why didn't they arrest the old lady? Because she was the one on the intercom talking to the people about landing the plane, so they should be like, oh, arrest the old lady too. But no, I guess because she's next to Geppetto, like, oh, she's just a Nate, she's just living here. You know what I mean?
Do you want to know why, Dakota?
Plot. armor. I don't know.
Maria Sue.
Oh. Like, oh, we don't need to arrest an old lady. She's probably fine. But like, she's literally the person who was on the intercom with the airport
With the goddamn cashews.
saying like, "Sorry, we're not landing. We stole the plane." Like, I don't know. It was weird. I was like, why didn't they arrest her?
I don't
Like,
know.
Maria got away scot-free.
She really
got her-
did.
To get her prescription glasses.
So then after they get caught and brought to... Oh, wait, did Penny show up during this instance?
I don't think she would, because that would be weird if they got arrested by Penny. I don't think she was, but maybe?
I'm trying...
Hang on. So she did show up, but then she disappeared, and then they got arrested.
Oh, okay, that makes sense. Because she's like,
Yeah.
oh, you made it! Like, after they get brought to General Ironwood.
Yeah. Penny coming down like Astro Boy, Mega Man, like, yay,
Yeah.
I'm alive.
Also, Penny, best glumper, was aggressively glumping Ruby.
Mm-hmm.
That's gonna hurt, because she's made out of metal.
Oh, yeah, they make it a joke, too, in the first appearance of her, where she tackle hugs Ruby and, like, squeezes her, and she's like, I can't breathe. Yeah, and then, like, she gets throttled in Volume 7. That's just hilarious. Oh, I'm sorry, not Penny. Nickel.
And it is the same Penny, right? They said they got her, like, core soul or whatever, right?
Yeah,
Pretty much. Basically,
All right.
when I say it, basically her core and OS and memories transferred to a new body. Speaking of which,
Yeah,
what do you
okay.
think of her new design, Dakota?
I think it's nice. The hair is a little weird, though, because it looks like she used to have short hair, and now it looks like she still has short hair, but they added a layer on the back, which just kind of, like, doesn't blend with the top layer. It looks weird. I wish it blended a little more, like just long hair.
Yeah.
But like her outfit and design, she looks fine. But the hair is just like, that was interesting hair design. Like she just has extensions in the back. It looks like.
Yeah, we got to meet her father, which is basically Geppetto, in a wheelchair.
Hmm.
Which is nice.
Papa Geppetto.
A badass robot wheelchair.
So
What
then,
was his name? Like Petro or something?
Pietro.
Gepetro.
Oh my god.
It was like Geppetto, but Petro, like Gepetro
No,
or something.
it's Pietro. It's like
I'm
silver.
pretty sure it was G Petro. Like they took the name Petro and added Geppetto to it, so G Petro.
99% sure it's just Pietro. But they
Check your book.
Please hold, I'm checking it.
It's G Petro. It's like a pun on Geppetto.
Pietro Palladino.
Was it G Petro?
Pietro.
Oh, I was wrong.
Pietro, yeah.
I'm pretty sure they said G Petro. There was like a
think
G
that's
in
just
it.
I think it may have just misheard him.
Maybe. Maybe I was just expecting to say Geppetto, and I just my mind played tricks on me. But I swear it was G Petro.
That would have been a little too on the nose.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's freaking RWBY. There's tons of characters like that. Where it's like, all right, they're the fairy tale name, but we changed it to be legally distinct. I guess like Penny's like Pinocchio, Pennyocchio.
That's a stretch, and you know it.
Yeah, but like it's probably with their thought process. Pinocchio, Penny, name with a P.
Maybe? Not quite sure of that myself. Anyways, so they meet Ironwood. The guy's fucking crashing out because he cannot trust anyone anymore, and the only people he could possibly ever trust again arrives with the Relic of Knowledge, thankfully. So now they're in possession of half the relics. But instead of telling him everything right away, RWBY decides to lie. And this is where we go from having a good character arc moment for a static character like a Ruby going upward towards the end of Volume 6, then ruining it because of the goddamn fucking drill. I'm not gonna get over that. And it becomes a stagnant static character again. And then start having a downward spiral, I guess. Might as well at this point. No, we flew too close to the sun, in my opinion. And then have her start lying and then become basically what they hated about Ozpin.
I mean, to be fair, when they went to like the previous kingdom, the one head of the school, the Cowardly Lion, betrayed them. So like maybe they don't know, but like still, it's like
that's fair.
Hypocrites.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, exactly. That's a fair point. I was actually when we were watching RWBY last night, I was actually having that argument set up and ready. He goes, "Oh well, because of Lionheart, because he betrayed them, and so you can't really trust anyone anymore." Then why the fuck are you going to Atlas directly towards Ironwood for that specific reason?
Maybe if things go wrong, like you just steal the relic. But I'm assuming if you steal the relic, the entire kingdom's gonna fall into the ground. Which is kind of like, it's kind of weird because like it's just like, oh, we can make an island float, but we just use the relic to float this big one. But it's like, well, if you could just use dust to do it, why are you going to use the relic? Because I'm assuming when the relic is removed, the thing's going to crash down like a meteor, right? So you might as well just use Schnee dust instead. Like, because
they assume that the relic's going to stay with them the entire time, and they have no idea that they need a backup.
But like the funny thing is Ozpin fucking knew you can't kill Salem. So Ozpin has no excuse. Because Salem is immortal. One day, possibly, worst case scenario, she steals it. And you can't do anything about it because she's immortal.
Yep. So it's funny you mentioned that.
Schnee dust.
So it's funny you mentioned that, Dakota, because before Phoenix finally arrived in the voice channel for us to finally watch RWBY together, I was actually about to convert Dakota into Warhammer 40k, and I was showing him like I was about to show him a bunch of shorts of probably one of my favorite characters from Warhammer named Trazyn the Infinite, and he's an immortal skeleton robot person who is in his past life was a curator for a museum, and so because he's virtually immortal now, he kind of has to keep himself preoccupied, otherwise he's gonna go crazy with the years, you know, kind of like how I mentioned the Hawkeye with his head chopped off and being isolated for 30 fucking years, having the mentality of a child when he gets rediscovered. So to prevent that, he kind of just stayed being a curator, and so like the British Museum of Natural History, he likes to use the 5-finger discount whenever he wants to get new stuff to add to his collection. And so he does multiple options. He can do it through peaceful negotiations, forceful negotiations, outright warfare, and he loves doing this too, just to be petty. He'll wait 500 years for you to die out, and for him just to go in just to snag after you die.
I mean, like, that's bad, but at least he's like waiting for you to die, so like you won't miss it.
Like, he's immortal anyways, and so like he doesn't give a fuck. He's got like a bunch of other shit he's got going on in the background.
Just like a shopping list of things to steal when people die.
One of his favorite methods, and I really need to find the book, story, or whatever where he actually does this, is that he likes to like zip on by on his spaceship with his arm out. So imagine and how it's described to you is hilarious. It's like, imagine a bullet train going through your living room with a arcade claw arm sticking out, reaching for you.
God dang.
And I just love this character so much because he does shit like that so many times. Like
Didn't Batman do something like that once in like the animated series where he just flies his jet and grabs someone?
I think so. I think you're right. So that's basically it.
That's horrifying.
But yes, that's basically an option I would think Salem would probably do, but because of her personality and character, I don't think she would have the patience for that, ironically.
Mm-hmm.
Even though she's lived for, like, possibly millions of years because of the fucking evolution cycle after humanity in general gets wiped out. But I digress.
No, I'm honestly surprised she's waited this long to, like, do evil stuff, because, like, she could have just done this years ago before, like, we had all these kingdoms and just already just ruled the world, because, like, what would Ozpin be able to do? Ozpin doesn't have any powers.
Well, he had his magic at one point, but he kind of
but like Ozpin's always gonna exist. Like, he's immortal and has magic and the maiden. So, like, why not just do this stuff way earlier? Why wait until, like, all these kingdoms form and then have to, like, come up with, like, elaborate strategies to steal this stuff? And you could have just did it before they built vaults.
So, from my understanding, the kingdoms and everything didn't happen until after Ozpin was resurrected and made immortal. And pretty much, in general, and even the God of Light said, yeah, I kind of, like, scattered the relics like fucking Dragon Balls, so you have to go find them and reassemble them to summon us again in order to have your final judgment upon humanity. And he told Salem about that, but never, like, where they were, because even he at the time didn't know. And so then over the centuries, though, that's when he started gathering the fucking Dragon Balls and then putting them in vaults and whatnot.
I don't know, this Salem seems pretty powerful. I feel like she didn't need to, like, fucking wait, like, centuries.
Yeah, I agree with that to an extent, so it makes me wonder, like, what Ozpin must have done to, like, keep her at bay for so long. Junie, stop it. Junie!
Because it honestly just feels like she's just playing the long game, because, like, she seems like she has, like, a really, like, elaborate plan she's planning, like, it's thought out, but it's like, you're so powerful, why do you need a plan? You just, like right now, it's just, like, spoilers, she comes in with, like, a whale at the end, like, why not just do that at the beginning?
Maybe that took time to develop, took time to make.
Something like that. Guess. But, like, that's another thing. That goes back to what I was saying earlier. It's like, we technically don't even know what Salem is planning outside of maybe most likely the destruction of humanity. The issue and the caveat there is that even if she does get all the relics, summons the God of Light and Deity, their first thing is like, oh, you're that bitch from before who we literally did not do anything because we did not want to give you shit before because you're a petty little shit. Why do you think after all these years we're going to do it now?
Mm-hmm.
Make it make sense, Rooster Teeth. So that's why I'm assuming, and that's why I kind of hope that if we do get another 3 volumes, they actually reveal what her ulterior motive is.
Like, her motive's gotta be she just wants to kill the gods and, like, destroy humanity while she's at it. Like, because, like, her husband's alive and she hates him now, so, like, she has no real motivation other than destruction and revenge. So she just probably just wants to, like, phone them up and, like, yo, kill all the humans, I kill you, happy ending for me.
Not gonna lie, I think it's because she had so many years of being isolated and so much time to think and ponder of something, and then, like, it's insinuated that from Ozma's point of view when he was resurrected within the afterlife or purgatory, either or, that there is, I don't think there's an actual afterlife in RWBY if you think about it.
Oh fuck.
Because, like, he was like, hey, wait, where's my wife? She was just here with me. Like, he has no sense of time of what was going on. And so, I must sleep. Thanks for the stream. Good night, Itsune. Have a good eep. And so, like,
Itsune.
And so, like, he has no concept of time of, like, how long he's been in the afterlife, or if there even is one, for RWBY. And the God of Light is, yeah, about that. You've been gone for some time. And it's like, what do you mean? So, like, that's concerning that there's nothingness, more or less, once you die in RWBY. Yeah.
Imagine going to RWBY Afterlife and you just meet, like, pre-humans. Like, who are you? Oh, we're pre-humans. Like, humans 1, you're humans 2. What does that mean? oh, humans went extinct and then you evolved again. How do you just evolve into the same species? How does that work? It's like aliens. It's like the sci-fi aliens or other planets. They just evolve humans too.
Life finds a way.
It's like that like science meme where like evolution always returns back to crabs eventually. Where they like basically do like they do like thought processes to figure out like what's gonna be like the ultimate life form in the future, like when we all like evolve into like a future thing, like the perfect life form. It always goes back to crab creatures.
Crab people, crab.
In the future, we're gonna be crabs.
Talk like, always like, walk like crab, talk like people, crab.
Crab
people,
rave.
crab. Oh my god. And so, all right. So right now, oh, so go ahead.
No, I don't want to go on another tangent. I'll wait.
Okay. So, anyways, so pretty much, Team Ruby and friends lie to Ironwood because they can't necessarily. They want him to prove himself that he's trustworthy. That makes sense because they have the whole Lionheart experience. The counterpoint to that is that you went to Ironwood because like there was nobody else you could trust, but you have cold feet at the last second while you lie in his fucking face to somebody who you can visibly see is visibly schizoing out because he can't trust anyone. Yeah, that's not gonna backfire at all.
Well, to be fair, like he's already schizoing out. How is he gonna react when you tell him, you know, this thing you're really paranoid about and trying to protect everyone? Yeah, your enemy can't be killed. Your plan's not gonna work.
Yes, but counterpoint to that, that's one of the examples of like when you lie for so long that when it finally comes out, you're like, oh shit, I cannot talk my way out of this. And then that's what results later on of that conflict between Ironwood and the Ace Ops with Team Ruby and her friends.
To be totally honest, I thought he like when he was like told by like I think it was like Neo disguised as Oscar, he took it very well. I was kind of surprised. Like I thought it was gonna be like a lie reveal thing, but he took it honestly pretty well. He only kind of like started like crashing out when Salem was like playing mind games with him with like the chess piece. And he's like, wait a minute.
Well, that was
Wait a minute,
Cinder that left that chess piece and not
Yo, I know, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Basically, like once it's like, wait a minute, this is all Salem's just in on. This is all like her plan to like confuse me or whatever.
Yeah,
but like
then he crashed.
Before that, he handled it pretty well.
Yep. And then
he's like, oh shit, she can't die. That's very concerning. But I guess we have to keep doing our plan.
Yeah, it's true. But like how it also kind of boiled over as well was like, hey, who told Robin about the fucking communications tower? And then like Yang and Blake are like, fuck, that was us.
Yeah. I'm honestly, I assumed when they told him about Salem not being able to kill, it was because like when he was on the TV with Robin Hill at doing like the truth serum powers or whatever, she was gonna be like, we're gonna defeat Salem, and how are we gonna do that, Ironwood? And Ironwood's gonna be like, we can't. And that's why they told him early to cause more panic for Grimm. But like that didn't happen. Also, he said the thing was ready, but that was a lie. So it's like, does Robin Hill's powers just not work?
No, her powers are her semblance is basically a fucking lie detector.
Yeah, but like he said, like the tower is ready. It wasn't ready. It was bait.
I think that's why where it was a zoom in on his face. I think when he said that.
Yeah, but he should have isn't her power like he's green and then it changes color?
Yeah, but it's like in the hands though, not like that's why.
Yeah, but it didn't change color.
Yeah, but that's why they zoomed in on the face to avoid the change.
Okay, I thought it touched his face a little bit too.
No, it was all in the hands, magic hands.
Okay. I guess it could have been like a word game where like technically it's ready as bait.
This is true.
And
it could just be ready for a different reason.
True, and that's how you can avoid a polygraph, people. Anyways, we kind of like jumped the gun a little bit. So, so pretty much, Team RWBY get new. I don't want to say new weapons, but they get their weapons modified, upgraded. Why? Honestly, if you honestly ask me, the only ones that seem to have an actual upgrade to them is Ruby's Crescent Rose and Yang's Ember Silica. Blake pretty much has her sword reattached with a gold welding scar now. This symbolize Bumblebee. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. And then Weiss is Weiss.
Pretty much. Only because soon as she has a stronger
Mhm.
crystals, or maybe just a faster reloader.
I think so. I know for
My choice perfect.
yeah, I know that for sure that after training with her sister Winter about her training her glyphs and summons now that like she's better at it now. She's not needing like a power boost like Jean to summon like the fucking Lancer Queen or anything like that. So, and then we get new looks for Team RWBY and Team Ranger. Dakota, what do you think about their designs?
Yang, RWBY looks pretty much the same, but she got like a new haircut. It's like trimmed, looks all right. It's different, but like it's all right. I don't really know how I feel about like Weiss's hair being thicker. It looks like she just magically grow more hair because like Weiss is like really thicker now, like a thicker braid. It's kind of strange, and she's like a lot of blue now in her dress. And like I'll get like Blake's hair is a little different. Like it's shorter. I'll get used to it, but like it's like noticeably different that I need to get used to. And then Yang, they basically did nothing. She just kept her same design. It's just kind of funny to me.
Yeah, the only one that didn't really have the significant change is basically Yang. I mean, she has like the new coat, and she's got. If I remember correctly, let me actually look at the the volume 7 redesign for her. Because I'm fairly certain she's wearing overalls now, or like, not. Well, it's overalls, but it's like the snow pants overalls.
But she's honestly like it's probably if you have both designs side to side, you can be more noticeable. But I guess they did it in like such a way where like if you didn't know they changed the design, you wouldn't even notice unless you have like a comparison picture, which is kind of funny.
Yeah.
It's just funny, like everyone's like, "Oh, look at our redesigns," and then Yang's just Yang. So I don't need redesign. I'm perfect.
Yeah.
I'm 99% sure those are overalls.
But again, I'm sure they did change stuff, but like it was like maybe it's like the color scheme. The color scheme and design is basically so similar that I don't even notice.
Yeah. And a lot of people were not fans of Blake having her haircut. Even Blue Lady hates it to this day.
Yeah,
Really?
It is different. Like it's not bad, but it is noticeably different, and you gotta get used to it.
Yeah.
And another thing is that I think I remember correctly, the judgmental critter, the one who likes doing little reviews of character redesigns and whatnot, she was not a fan of Yang's outfit, mostly because if you look at the promotional art and you look at her in model design, like there are some noticeable differences, like the sleeves being a little bit different, and the color palette being a little bit muted, I think, in the model, in the animation model. I like more blue on Weiss. It goes with the white, but also helps her stand out more. You can see the details on her design instead of her just being one tone and getting lost in the background. Yeah, that's fair. Then, she says Yang's outfit's fugly. Or
I just don't know. Like Weiss's was like it's both simple, but also feels very cluttered now. Like she's like her hair, her dress look puffier, and it's kind of like I don't know. Like I kind of like her like simpler, whiter outfit from previous seasons, and her like more tightly braided hair.
I think
Just,
her
like her hair is just thicker now, and it looks weird.
I think her new outfit is more based on the actual Snow White the dress because of the puffy sleeves and everything. The thing about that is that they were trying to go with that route. I think they should have added some of the red from her original design and like implement it as like a inside like her inner like her sleeves maybe.
I wonder if the Disney Snow White design and color palette is copyrighted and they can't make her look like the Disney one.
Maybe.
The color palette? No. The actual design? Yes.
Yeah. So like they probably couldn't add red.
Because you can't really copyright a color palette. That's just ridiculous.
You would be actually surprised because we actually got into a debate with a studying attorney in chat one time. Me and Dakota actually were, where they were talking about fuck, what was it called? It's so fucking stupid too that this is actually a thing, but like you can
Copyrighting colors.
Copyright colors do exist. Like for example, the McDonald's yellow or the red arc beneath the M that's known for, you cannot use those specific colors for you know, monetary gain, more or less, if that makes sense. And
also unrelated to colors, but like people like Frankenstein's monster is public domain. Anyone can make a Frankenstein movie.
yeah.
But you can't use the Universal design. Like in the Universal movie, he has his bolts on his neck. That is copyrighted. So any other movie that's not Universal, they put it on his forehead.
Yeah. It's the same thing with Mickey Mouse.
Yeah.
Same thing with Mickey Mouse. You can use like the classic Steamboat Willie design, but the modern design is still protected by copyright because it's technically a different design.
So like Snow White is public domain, but the Disney design, you probably can't get too close to it because Disney like, hey, that's our version of Snow White.
Until that goes into public domain.
That is true.
Also, were you referring to Yo What? Oh God. Or are you looking at the
Probably
ads?
the color copywriting.
Oh yeah, that whole thing was a fucking clusterfuck that I can't believe it's actually a thing. It's fucking stupid. It is literally, oh my god, it's just a shade of a color. It's not gonna be like, oh look at this this cherry red lipstick, and imagine like a CEO at McDonald's like, hey, wait a minute, that is our red.
More of, like the color combination in a logo, because like you know like how you see like in movies they make like knockoff parody brands and it looks similar, but from a glance it just looks like the McDonald's logo. You basically can't do that. You can't make a logo that looks close enough from a glance like the McDonald's logo in color that like people will get confused if they don't actually read it.
Yeah, see, I don't know that's accurate either because parody law helps you be protected.
It works
from that.
with parody. I'm talking about like an actual competitor restaurant, non-parody,
okay.
purposely making a logo look similar to McDonald's. Like you can't have yellow with a red arch.
That's
because people might get confused from a glance, like, oh, it's just running that McDonald's real quick.
Yeah, but like that's why McDonald's has the M to stand out. So like,
yeah, but like, what if a restaurant does like a W?
McDonald's.
You know what I mean?
The fucking Dave Chappelle skit.
Or like maybe like, I don't know, or an aesthetic squiggle with like a red thick border with like words on it. Like people will be like, oh, McDonald's. And like, no, it's not McDonald's. It's a competitor purposely stealing business.
Taco Bell. And they got a Taco Bell ad. Oh no. Oh, maybe they're getting the ad for the new Baja Blast flavor that's coming to Taco Bell. Hashtag not sponsored.
Did you know?
By the way,
Little Caesars made their own Baja Blast, but it's like Mountain Dew mango.
I saw that and I want one so bad just to try it. And I hate how I don't have a Little Caesars or in my vicinity anymore.
I'm kind of curious of trying it too, but that's so weird having restaurants have exclusive drink flavors. That's weird.
Yeah.
I mean, they gotta come up with something to bring people in because exclusive menu items is no longer possible because everyone has their own type of burger, everyone has a crispy chicken sandwich, everyone has their own like signature item that they're only known for,
and everyone else is doing it.
Yeah, at this point, everyone's gonna have their own signature drink.
You know, it's kind of weird how like restaurants like McDonald's don't just make their own like branded soda, like McCola or something. Like it's like maybe it'll cost money to like make the syrup, but like it might save them money in the long run, not like partnering with Coca-Cola.
Maybe. I think that'd be more in Coca-Cola's favor, though, considering that every restaurant uses Coke machines.
Yeah.
Not everyone.
Well, most people at least.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, going to,
Some
like...
have Pepsi.
Yeah, some have Pepsi, that's true, but, like, if you... I'm trying to think of, like... Last two restaurants I went to all had Coke machines.
It depends on...
Yeah,
it depends on which restaurant and where in the world it is, because I know that here in Canada, Wendy's is a Pepsi uses PepsiCo products. While in
Really?
the States, a handful of them use Coke products. Yeah.
I was gonna say that, yeah, Wendy's here, we use Coke products. Or Coke machines.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I think I'm saying that it depends on the restaurant and where it is.
That's interesting. Huh.
I don't know if this is true, but I feel like I heard somewhere that some McDonald's, when like weirdos ask for ginger ale and then like we don't have ginger ale, what they'll do is they'll just get Sprite and put a tiny bit of Coca-Cola in it and like, here's your ginger ale.
Wow.
And then like they'll go back like, I want a ginger ale. Like, we don't sell ginger ale. Well, the last one I gave me ginger ale, what did they give me?
They gave you a placebo. Please leave.
Right.
Basically, and honestly, when I had ginger ale the first time ever in my life, I can't remember what brand it was. I think it was Canada Dry. Not
Yeah.
It literally just tasted like Sprite to me. And I was like, and I can't remember what the conversation was, but like at work, I was working one day. I was like, oh, like ginger ale is awesome, and it was like, it just tastes like Sprite to me. And he's like, no, it doesn't. It tastes like ginger. I'm like, it doesn't to me. And then I had
It's like similar but weirdly uncannily different. But
Yeah.
like, I could see what.
You have to think,
Yeah.
they're so similar that you have to taste them side by side to tell the
Yeah.
difference. With Sprite, you do taste a slight bit of citrus if you have the taste buds for it. Well, ginger ale does have more ginger flavor, but if you taste them so separately, that you won't be able to tell them the difference unless you know for a fact what each one tastes separately.
right, but like with Canada Dry for me, it's just Sprite more or less, or off Sprite, I should say. But I had like a different ginger ale brand. I can't remember what one it was. Like, oh, okay, now I taste the ginger.
Now I'm wondering what you'll think of 7-Up. Jeez.
7-Up.
It's just
It's been
different
a
Sprite.
yeah it's been a hot minute since I had like regular 7-Up, because anytime I ever do get 7-Up, it's like the cherry 7-Up.
I remember having like a soda. It's called like Mellow Yellow. I think it's like one of the rare sodas that doesn't get sold that much. It's like Coca-Cola brand or something, but it's like basically like an off-brand Mountain Dew or something,
Basically,
but like closer to Sprite. And then like, oh, Mellow Yellow was tasty for some reason to me.
Yeah, citrus flavor caffeinated produced by Coca-Cola. So it's basically, yeah, it's basically their attempt at making Mountain Dew or some sort of different brand of Sprite to, you know, get new customers.
yeah.
But pretty sure it was like a Mountain Dew knockoff, but it was like less sugary. And I was like, but still really sweet. I was like, I don't know, it tasted good.
I don't know about less sugary, because I'm pretty sure, because they're when I got into D&D for the first time,
strong maybe, because like Mountain Dew is like really strong to me. Like I don't really like drinking Mountain Dew.
Mountain Dew is strong, but I don't know if Mellow Yellow is any weaker, because when I first got into,
I guess Mellow Yellow is more closer to Sprite than Mountain Dew, but like, it's a Mountain Dew like.
Well, when I first got into D&D 11 years ago to this day, God, I'm old. One of our, not the DM, but like one of the players in our group only ever drank Mellow Yellow whenever he bought soda from the store owner. And so
Nice.
And so like I got Mellow Yellow one day, I was like, hey, you drinking my Mellow Yellow? And he has huge bad teeth. Like it's it's not even funny. Like
he got the Mellow Yellow mouth.
but yeah, basically.
Yikes.
He drank like 3 or 4 cans of Mellow Yellow like per session. It was
Bruh.
yeah, right?
Oh my god. That's Okay, people watching, for the love of God, drink soda in moderation. There's a reason why I limit myself to only 1 can of Iron Brew a day, if even.
And make sure to brush and floss your teeth.
Yes.
Anyways,
Not what you got. Not what you all try Iron Brew. But anyway, back to RWBY.
yeah, back to
Okay.
RWBY. We just talked about the redesigns for Team RWBY. How about Team Ranger, Dakota? How do you feel about their designs? What do you think of Jean's hair?
Why?
It's different. I'm gonna get used to. It's kind of those things where I'm gonna get used to it, but it's like different, kind of weird. But like, it's fine. And then like, their designs didn't really change really at all. Like they did, but like again, it's like very subtle changes where it's like a nice kind of I don't really notice it. They're nice.
I think Team Ranger kept their color palette a lot better than Team RWBY did because with like Blake and Weiss, they were literally black and white, and so when you add like a whole new splash of color palettes into that mixture, it kind of throws off a little bit, especially with Blake now. Blake is literally black, purple, and white. That's like maybe if you flip the color scheme around a little bit, maybe like an inner white spandex suit like that she's wearing, like the body glove suit she's wearing underneath her clothes, make that white. Maybe I could probably vibe with that and replace the white with black. I can probably vibe with that maybe a little bit.
I don't think that'd be too different. I feel like her outfit wise, it's very close to the old, where she has like black inner clothes and then like a white jacket and pants. Well, no, I don't think her pants are white, but like her jacket's like white, so she's like outer layer white, inner layer black, and that's just kind of Blake's color palette. I honestly didn't notice they had purple. They had purple.
Yeah, I'll have a picture up for like reminder examples in our chat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
they added a little bit of purple, but it is a different outfit. But like, I think the color scheme is like close enough. They just added a lot more blue to Weiss.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of secondary colors, Weiss was technically blue, but
yeah,
it is a lot more blue than white to make it so kind of.
So yeah,
I think it's like the puffy shoulders. That's like, maybe if she had like slimmer blue in the shoulder area, it might look closer. But also because they made her hair puffier, they kind of like got rid of all the detail in her hair. It looks really kind of cartoony. Like she has marshmallow hair.
So Jean's hair.
I don't like it.
Yeah, it's weird.
Like,
I feel like I'll get used to it more, but like this is like, yeah, it's weird. No, I don't really like it.
I know they mainly do it just to make him look like, good two shoes so that MILFs like him, which that's hilarious. That John is a fan with the MILFs, but Ren and Nora's same color palette more or less. Not much different in their design. Good fucking lord.
Give you both.
That's so bad.
John, I'm gonna favorite this. That's funny.
That's so fucking ugly. I'm sorry. It is. I don't
White
like
man jump
it.
scare.
White boy jump scared.
white person jump scare.
God. Seriously, he looked perfect with the longer hair that the sort of comes to the side. That was perfect. You give him this fucking, I don't even know how to describe it. It looks like
hair.
Kendall or fucking borderline like scrambled deviled egg looking hair.
I think it's just like it's a little too detailed. Like
It's too detailed and too fucking spiky.
Yeah.
So, like, how Jean is wearing that red scarf in memory of Piera around his waist?
Yes.
So, personally, I kind of wish that for Team Ranger here, that they would have gone the... Oh my god, you're right, Blue Lady. Holy fuck, the texture in his hair looked like bananas.
My God.
No wonder they got rid of Sun. He'd just be trying to eat his fucking hair.
Good.
So, okay. Back. So, the scarf around John's waist in
Yeah.
memory of Pyrrha. So,
Yeah.
because Monty Ohm was such a big fan of like Final Fantasy and other JRPGs and whatnot, and a lot of RWBY has inspiration from Final Fantasy, or partly from Final Fantasy and a mixture of other things as well.
Mhm.
I feel like in memoriam to Pyrrha, I feel like they should have gotten like these little red tassels around their left arms, because in Final Fantasy VII, the main characters, or the main playable characters, become go on this giant fucking journey to like hunt down the main bad guy, Sephiroth, and in order to show how much they've grown in camaraderie with one another after the events, or during and after the events of the original Final Fantasy VII game, was that they all got red armband tassels around their left arms to show that no matter how far or how far we've fallen, or how far away we are from one another, or how far we have fallen from grace, we will always be there for one another. And I feel like I feel like they should have done probably something like that for Pyrrha, to keep her memory in their hearts, and that how they keep on going for her and themselves.
Maybe they could have done, because I know we have the scarf around John's waist. We have the red. I don't know what those are around Ren's waist. They just need something for Nora to signify it as well.
Well, I mean, she's redheaded, so maybe that's what that counts.
I'm just gonna say this right now. When I see orange, I don't think redhead. I think ginger.
Yeah. But technically, orange is redheaded.
I know, but still, fucking Weasleys have ruined it for me. Anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be cool if they did that.
Hmm.
I'm sure there's fan art of it.
Maybe they just didn't think red would like work with their color palette, because it would pop a little bit.
Perhaps, but then again, red on Ren when he's wearing mostly green.
I
Right.
don't know, it seems like it kind of works with him. I don't know why, but like I'm like Nora, like red. I feel like red would pop like too much in a weird way. To like draw your eyes a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know.
They could have added pieces of Pyrrha's armor to Nora and had her embrace more of a Viking look. Ooh, that would make sense, considering that she is inspired by Thor as well.
Thor.
Yeah.
That would be cool, yeah.
Oh, add a little red like handle strap on her hammer, like Thor's, like in Marvel.
Ooh, okay.
So that way, that would work, because that way it wouldn't be like eye catching on her actual design. It would just be like on her weapon.
Hmm.
But yeah, you know, now that I think about it, I don't really remember like Ren or Nora interacting with Pyrrha that much. So like, I don't actually, did they actually really have that much of a connection with her? Even though I'm sure they did off screen, but like on screen, I don't think they ever interacted that much with each other.
On screen, I don't think so, but because they were like, integral to one another, and that were on the same team and lived in the same dormitory off screen, like there had to be like some kind of like bond there.
Oh yeah,
as
I'm
well.
sure off screen they probably have like a real connection to her, like, oh, we miss Pyrrha, but like on screen, like I don't think they've ever really interacted that much, so like it kind of just feels like they wouldn't really care.
Yeah.
But even though like they would care, of course, but like it's like, huh, like only really Jean had a connection with Pyrrha that much, really.
I mean, Pierre only really interacted with John because they had something going where he was the screw up who wanted to prove himself, and Pierre just wanted to be treated like a normal person, and John was the one who treated her like that because he didn't know she was a celebrity, and even after he found out she was a celebrity, she didn't treat her any different.
Hmm. Yeah, honestly, Bluey, I kind of agree. They should have like hanged out more, so we can like, because honestly, like, I don't know if like Pyrrha's personality would have like that much chemistry with Nora or Ren. I don't know. Like Pyrrha has like very like gentle, motherly kind of personality. I don't know if that would have chemistry with Ren or Nora. I don't know.
I'm gonna find out. Unless someone wants to share a fanfic with us where there was an interaction, so we can find out how people think they would have interacted.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see how they would like mesh with each other personality wise.
Maybe in Ice Kingdom there might be something there. Maybe.
Yeah, it's like she felt like she was just there to be like Jean's friend, but then you're like, oh wait, they're on a team of 4.
Vera felt like she was made only to further Jean's character. That's called fridging, Blue Lady, and that's basically what kind of came to consensus to like a couple of streams ago, where Kira was just fridged for the sake of both Ruby's eye power unlocking and Jean's character development in volumes 4 through 6.
More or less, yeah.
More or less 4 through 5, but yeah.
Like it's close to fridging. I think technically you're right, it is fridging, but I feel like it's not really fridging because fridging is like killing off the character to be the main plot of the show. You know what I mean? But like after she dies, it's like John has a little bit of a character arc, but like for Ruby, the show doesn't become about avenging Pyrrha. So like I don't really think that really counts as fridging. I think it's just killing off a character.
Yeah, but like that her death alone like caused like so much character growth and development for Jean alone, by the way, to the point where a lot of fans around this time were saying that Jean looks more like a fucking main character than fucking Ruby, and her name is in the fucking title.
Like I could probably agree that she was in a way fridged for John's character arc, but like Ruby, I kind of don't really agree because like Ruby's mission isn't revenge for Pyrrha.
Yeah, but
that's usually what fridging is about, like killing a character off so that the main character can go get revenge.
No, well, fridging is more to further the plot development for the sake of certain aspects like that. But like the thing about, and it can be used a lot for like revenge storylines like that, yes. But like
if like killing off, like fridging a character makes them like the main plot of the story. Like for example, John Wick, they fridged his dog.
Right,
that's
right.
the plot of the movie.
Yeah, but
like killing off Pyrrha doesn't become, the show isn't about Pyrrha.
Well,
you know what I mean? Well, she's not that important. But
John Wick isn't about his dog. I mean, it's
yeah,
the spark, but
he kicked off the plot of the movie. So like the dog was fridged to like motivate John Wick to go on his adventure killing gangsters. Pyrrha died. It was just sad.
Well, she died, and it was bad, and unlocked an integral superpower that Ruby didn't know she had, which further the plot and lore of the world of Ruby.
Like her power is emotion based, so it's not really fridging. It just kind of
But that's literally
one plot element doesn't like really count for fridging because the whole show isn't about Pyrrha being killed.
But that's what revenge is an emotion.
Yeah, but Ruby's not going for revenge. She just
she's not.
Emotion based powers unlocked because she was emotional once.
Yeah, and it became a integral mystery for Ruby up until volume 5, when Maria actually,
maybe it's more like a plot device rather than fridging.
I'm sorry, volume 6. It wasn't explained what the fuck her eye power was until volume 6, I should say.
Yeah.
I guess that's true, Blue. She did go on her whole journey with Juniper after Pyrrha died, but like,
yeah, that's true.
I don't know. There's more to the story than just Pyrrha dying. So I don't really consider really a fridging. Because like also Penny died. It was more like their kingdom was destroyed, and they need to go like, wait, why did Ruby and Juniper leave? Where were they going? They didn't know anything about like the maidens or anything.
They were going to Mistral for Haven Academy to complete their huntsman training.
Okay, so then again, like they weren't really doing it. They're just doing it to finish school. not to save the world.
Yeah, but then it came saving the world when it turns out that holy shit, there's a lot more going on than what they
Yeah, but
believed.
that's more of like Crow, not Pyrrha. Like they don't go out to save the world because Pyrrha. Like I don't know. Tomato. It kind of is, kind of isn't. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like I can see where you're coming for fridging. I don't know. I feel it's a mild fridging, in my opinion.
Mild fridging. That's a sentence.
She was room temperatured.
Imagine the significance of like her death, and you just call it room temperature.
She was room temperatured. Oh no!
Just watch. They do come back with another three volumes. She's gonna come back, just absolutely ready to kill. And people are like, "Oh, so she wasn't fridged.
So
She was quelled. She became Shamara."
So there's actually a rewrite of RWBY that Blue Lady is wanting to do, and it's more so instead of wasting away a character like that, Salem did some kind of like divine intervention and made it look like she died, but when instead of like turning to ash when she gets stabbed in the heart with Cinder's arrow, she gets teleported to Salem and gets experimented on, and we'll get more into that probably in Volume 8. But
you know what I think is gonna happen?
They're
gonna bring back the gods, and the gods are like, we need to resurrect another hero, like we did with Ozpin, and they just bring back Pyrrha.
Ooh,
That would be an interesting twist.
That would be just as interesting. Not gonna lie, that would be neat.
Because she's in a way she's kind of like Ozpin, where she was like her destiny was to be the next maiden, and she's like a famous teen hero or whatever. Like she was very popular, and like everyone's like, oh my god, she's a celebrity.
Right.
So like the gods would be like, we need to resurrect someone. Yo, Pyrrha, wanna come be alive again?
That would be interesting. That kind of reminds me of the scene in Kevin Smith's Dogma, where so the plot of a Dogma is the exiled angels of heaven named Bartleby and Loki, no relation to the god of mischief, are banished to Wisconsin, and that's actually a running joke. It was like, did they get banished to hell? Fuck it, what's the angel name for this? Okay, the archangel tells the main character, worse, Wisconsin.
Dear God.
and basically, Bartleby and Loki are the antagonists, and they are trying to get back into heaven. And here's the thing about religious values is that there's this cardinal, who is a corrupt bastard, by the way, who makes a loophole in God's word, where if you enter the doors of this church, you are pretty much clean of all your rap sheet is gone the second you pass through those doors. And the issue with that is that if God's word gets cleansed, it'll create a paradox to end all reality, basically. And so yes, and so the whole plot is to prevent Bartleby and Loki from walking through those doors. And basically, towards the end of the movie, when Bartleby is like 1 foot away, the doors swing open and godly light emits, and out comes God, who's played by an actress. I can't remember her name, but
Mother of God.
Literally, and she prevents him from entering the church, and kills him and whatnot, smites him, and they saved more or less because Deus literal Deus Ex Machina. And so
And along came Christ.
So I'm thinking Salem does something like that when she tries summoning I think it was your theory, Dakota, about her summoning all of the gods to destroy them, but instead of the gods appearing, it's Pyrrha, just to kick ass.
I would love like a flash of light with like like a fight with like Cinderfall, and then there's like a flash of light of the gods arriving, and then you just see like Kira's spirit. She's like, "Tell me, do you believe in destiny?" Then kills her fucking ass.
Oh my god, if they do like the nerdy like Mortal Kombat route, I would be so fucking happy. Because in
And then just,
because Mortal Kombat
just
2 has like two deities saying the fate of the human realm will be decided by dramatic pause. Mortal Kombat. And then you have the fucking music. Ah, God.
and then just give her like kind of like like a nod to Ruby and like Jean, just like as a goodbye,
Oh, that'd be
and then
sad.
she just goes back into heaven
Oh, that'd be sad.
after killing Cinderfall's fucking ass.
It's not even heaven. It's literally a fucking stasis for your soul, more or less. By
Yeah, but-
Oz's description.
You're like, my destiny was I was told my destiny was to kill you, Cinderfall, and I'm just doing it because like destiny or whatever. Bye.
That'd be a good like comeback story for Pyrrha, that's for sure.
Like honestly, don't bring her back to life for real. Just like her spirit doing it, and then she just goes back into like the white void.
Okay.
I don't know. I think that would be like a nice moment,
Oh, I'm sure.
like like Mufasa in the sky kind of thing, except like Mufasa kills Scar.
Yeah.
Or Republica in Cage 3, where he just comes back in the spirit and then kicks ass.
Wait a minute. If the whole
That'd be
plot
cool.
of Lion King is there's a drought when Scar becomes king, and Mufasa can come back to life, come back as like a cloud, a storm cloud. Why isn't Mufasa just rain on the Pride Rock?
But here's the thing. There's actually a theory about that. Because here's the thing. Mufasa was originally supposed to die, but he didn't die near the Pride Lands, and thus thus his body was not properly consumed by the animals, and his circle of life ended up being broken. That's why the drought started. But then when Scar was eaten by the hyenas, that basically caused the circle to be reformed, causing it to rain, and the drought to stop. So Scar basically messing with the circle of life caused the drought, and his body being eaten restarted it.
Interesting.
That's a theory that goes around, however.
Interesting theory.
Oh, ad break is about to hit again.
So
But
how about that Switch 2?
yeah, I'm not buying it. Fuck
I
Nintendo.
have the urge of like, ooh, new thing I want, but realistically, the more I think about it, there's like I literally have nothing to do with it because the games are too expensive. I'm not gonna be buying Switch games often, so like I won't be playing it. So like I don't need to buy it, but just like, ooh, shiny new thing.
I kind of have to because recently my Switch 1 has been, reaching the end of its lifespan. So I'm probably gonna end up selling it once I get the Switch 2. It's either. Here's the thing, I got an email from Nintendo after I registered saying, hey, you're still sitting in the queue to, pre-order the thing from us. It's just taking a little longer. But if it literally takes them until after the Switch releases, I'm just gonna buy it from Best Buy. Save me time on shipping and just pick it up from the store.
Yeah.
I already have some of the games that, while they've run fine on the Switch 1, we're gonna run a lot better on the Switch 2. And I kind of want to play around with the Joy-Cons and mouse controls. I'm very curious about that is. I'm not getting the Pro Controller, however, because
Fuck that.
fuck that. I'm not paying $90 for a controller. Not even $90, $100 for a controller.
Because of that
But
Canada.
it has 2 extra buttons.
Whoop-de fucking do.
Two
What-
extra buttons that you can't get access to unless you pay for the membership.
Damn.
Well, here technically it's 3 extra buttons because you have the chat button, then you have the 2.
Okay,
even shoulder
Discord
button,
button.
Yeah, the quote-unquote Discord button, which I'm not going to use because, again, not getting the Pro Controller. I'm not going to use the Joy-Cons. I'm just going to, unless the game requires them, I'm just going to use the Pro Controller I already have. And if I'm willing to share my gameplay, I have a capture card.
Yeah.
To have the game, play the capture card, and then to have that displayed through the actual Discord. I'll say this much: I'm not getting any of the upgrades for the games because one, I'm not getting the fucking camera for Jamboree TV. That's pointless to me. I don't really think I need the upgrade for Breath of the Wild: Tears of the Kingdom because I've already 100%ed them. There's no new content. Current Forgotten Land. I thought about it and thought, nah, I don't really see a reason to go back to that game anymore. And if whenever Pokemon Legends ZA comes out, I'm not even gonna bother getting the Switch 1 version. I'm gonna get Switch 2 for any content that comes from that.
All right, we're back.
Awesome.
All right. So, talked about the RWBY designs, possible fan theories, borderline is fanfic theories. What else should we talk about? So they go on missions. They're about to finish working on the Amity Coliseum. We get introduced to Robin Hill and what is the name of her troupe again?
The Happy Huntresses, because like merry men, Happy Huntresses.
Fuck, I can't believe you got that and I didn't. Oh, she's Robin Hood. Fuck me.
Robin Hill. What, you didn't even know that? She's fighting against the rich to help the poor, Jambi. She's Robin Hillary Clinton.
The fact that fucking
my
Dakota
God.
got that before you did is staggering.
Yeah, I pick up a lot of the fairy tale references now that you tell me they're all fairy tale characters.
There you go.
I'm an
Neat
idiot.
little detail I noticed is I really like that they had a whale statue in Petro's little lab, like the monstro whale from like Pinocchio, which is probably foreshadowing Salem's giant whale, and they're going to be eaten. Their plane's going to get eaten probably next season, I'm assuming.
Probably.
Like Pinocchio.
God, I can't believe we didn't get that at first. Fuck. Anyways, let's go.
What do you mean? It's Robin Hill. It's fucking Robin Hood.
This is gonna bug me
That's
for
the most obvious one.
This is gonna bug me for the
Like
rest
the
of
ticking crocodile, I can like excuse. Was like, okay, that's a deep cut.
I'm sure Dakota is going to hold this over your head for the rest of the
No.
reviewings.
Probably.
It's just like you didn't realize it was Robin Hood. Like,
Just
Oh my
I'm obviously
god.
surprised he was a politician. Like Robin Hood is a politician. That's interesting.
yeah, that's what I think. That's what threw me off was like Robin Hood would never be a politician though. That's what threw me off. And then like that it made sense now why she kind of ambushed the cart for the supplies for Amity Coliseum, because now that makes sense. Okay.
And they kept making references like, "Oh, you got to follow the law, Robin Hill. Don't break the law." Because
Like,
Robin Hood.
Yeah, and Robin Hood does everything within the law enough to the point where he's not really doing anything wrong, but the king disagrees.
Who's excited for the live action Disney remake where Robin Hood will be like, you know what, maybe stealing from the rich is wrong.
If they do that, I am so
I
fucking done
mean,
with
they
Disney.
got rid of Ohana means family and Lilo instead.
Oh.
They got rid of a good voiced Jumba and a decent Pleakley. They got rid of fucking the main protagonist, what's his name?
Antagonist.
Gantu. Antagonist, right? Gantu.
Mm-hmm.
They made it so the ending doesn't make sense. They made it so Core Bubbles isn't like this good guy who seemed intimidating and just doing what needs to be done. And they made Nani just Disney.
I'm pretty sure the end has Lilo going to Nani like, Nani, I think you should join the Marines. And it's like, no, Lilo, it's marine biology. It's like, this is U.S. propaganda.
Yes, a fucking.
Someone pointed out you have to get the copyright to use the word Marine, so Disney was funded by the fucking Marines for this
Also-
U.S. propaganda version of Lilo and Stitch.
Bruh.
The thing you posted, Jambi, I 100% agree.
That's like as soon as I literally had to go find that Brandon Rogers video, spent like an hour trying to get the perfect like edit clip of that particular moment and scene, and then had to send that back to Dakota after he told me everything that they changed in Lilo and Stitch. Like, what the
Like
fuck, Disney?
Lilo's like, but Ohana means family, Nani. Family means no one gets left behind. And she's like, our family left us behind. Yes, that's all wonderful and sounds great, but you need to live in reality, Lilo.
God, fuck Disney.
Wow.
Lilo is like 6.
Fuck
Yes.
Disney.
Disney needs to live in reality that their movies are no longer magical.
And like I don't know if you know this, the TV show is kind of canon because like Jumbo's like, I'm gonna turn you into like Leroy from Leroy and Stitch. And then like he has like a computer and it shows like the girl Stitch, the sandwich Stitch, and then Leroy.
I saw the clip of that. Yeah, I'm like, okay, so they know that. So the directors knew about the TV show. They knew that Leroy Stitch was the end, basically the finale of the TV show, and yet they decided to change it so it's Jumbo who wants Leroy, not Hamsterville. Made it so the other experiments were already done, but we don't know what they're going to be doing for because they've already retconned everything's going to happen.
Yeah, we don't know if they're dead or dehydrated. We don't know what this universe is like.
And 3, it made it so Lilo stays with this new family, presumably keeps Stitch.
Probably.
Nani goes off to who knows where to study marine biology, and we're left wondering, what the fuck was the lesson?
None.
Exactly, because Disney's money hungry and thought, we just need a lesson, we just need more money. Ugh.
I think the lesson was give up on family and forsake them for your personal gains. Yeah, I think that was the lesson.
I think like the big thing people like kind of like defending it, saying is like how in Hawaii it's kind of like a family unit where like the whole island is like family, and that Lilo can like fall back on like her neighbors and friends to, like help out. But like that's what Jumbo and Pleakley were for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I guess technically they gave Lilo to David and David's grandma. Like they made up. David apparently has a grandma now, and she adopts Lilo. But it's like, oh, did you hear that? Like, so like in the animated movie, Nani goes to adopt the dog for Lilo to like make her happy because Lilo wished for a friend. In the live action movie, the neighbor is babysitting Lilo and she gets the dog. Like Nani should be fucking pissed that she bought a gremlin.
Yes.
Against Nani's will. Nani's like, I didn't agree to get Lilo a dog. I could barely take care of Lilo.
They missed the point of they missed the point of every single movie that they have attempted to change. Like, so far the only quote unquote good live action remake I can argue say was at least enjoyable was Maleficent, and it wasn't even a remake, it was the same story with a different point of view.
Yeah.
That was just like Sleeping Beauty 1.5, like Lion King 1.5, in my opinion.
Basically.
Pretty much, and I still had fun time with that over any other Disney movie did remakes. Like Jungle Book, fine, but honestly could have been a lot better if they gave it more time to think about. Cinderella, so fucking bland. Mulan, hell no. We don't talk about that shit anymore.
They changed too much in Mulan.
They changed too much Mulan, and they had it done next to a concentration camp.
Yeah.
Confirmed. Alleged.
Tweet about, thank you so much for these rich people in China for letting us film on their land. Like that they own a concentration camp, and you're thanking them.
And then there's the abomination that is the recent Snow White fiasco. Oh my fucking god.
I know nothing about the Snow White movie, and I just kind of just don't really want to know because I don't really care about the original, and 2 is just like I don't care about the live action movie.
Let me give you the abridged version. 1, CGI abomination dwarves when they could have easily hired little people, but apparently Peter Dinklage thought, nah, don't typecast us little people, give us bigger roles. Motherfucker, it's those typecasted roles that pay your bills. Second, hiring an actress who cares little for the original and honestly doesn't get the message behind it, even though it's a product of the times. I will say it's a product of the times, but at least it was well written and well animated. And 3, Gal Gadot as the Evil Queen. Okay, she looks the part, sure, but she cannot sing and she cannot act. I'm sorry. She looks the part, sure, but you gotta get someone who can at least hold a tune and of course take care of a scene, and she
Yeah.
can do neither.
It's really
Also-
weird how a lot of Disney movies like change the endings. Like I think I heard Pinocchio stays a wooden boy in the live action Pinocchio, and then they got like Mowgli stays in the wild at the end of Jungle Book and doesn't go to the Man Village.
I think
Yeah,
I
and, like-
remember that one. Yeah.
And like what was another one? I think I haven't seen Little Mermaid. I think Little Mermaid ends where the Little Mermaid sails the boat and stabs Ursula instead of the prince.
Yes.
That one's kind of fine, but like that's kind of a weird change.
Yeah.
So like we want like she's the main character. We want her to have the heroic moment and not be saved by the man, I guess.
Which, okay.
I mean, honestly, what they probably should have done was just make the prince character more of like a character, so it, like feels more natural. Because in the original, he's kind of like just there.
Yeah.
More
So,
or less, he's more or less just there until the last like 20
Yeah.
minutes, in which he does have a little more involvement.
Hmm.
But that's the thing. It's only the last 20 minutes, which by that time we're like, okay, cool. We still don't know what your personality is.
Like I know, like a lot of the things is like, oh, we don't want like the stereotype of Disney princesses being saved by a man, but it's like, well, maybe while you're also trying to make the female more of a stronger female character, maybe you could help make the male characters better supporting male characters, where like you could make them both good,
Thank
and then we
you.
could do like because a lot of Disney movies are romance stories. You know what I mean? So like, let's
Yeah.
actually fix the romance and make them seem like they're compatible and actually love each other.
Compatible and equal, and that's what
Like
called.
supporting, like he doesn't have to be the hero. He doesn't need to save necessarily Little
He doesn't have
Mermaid,
to
but
be
like
a
make him a good
character.
supporting,
Like
a good support.
do what you do with Aladdin in the original Aladdin movie.
Yeah.
Jasmine and Aladdin both had plenty of time to establish character traits, and we both loved them because of that, because we see that Jasmine's a rebellious princess who doesn't want to be royalty, she wants to do her own thing, and she can take care of herself just fine. And of course she has a good sense of humor. And Aladdin is this person who wants more, but is still able to take care of himself because he knows the in and out of being a street rat. He's also charming.
It
You look at
feels,
the live action version, I'm like, okay, so Jasmine is intelligent and powerful and all, that's
Mhm.
great, but it doesn't feel deserved. And Aladdin is so flat. Let me think about this way. Think about the first song in the movie, not Arabian Nights, one where Aladdin jumping around through the town trying to get bread for him and Abu.
The Street Rat song.
yeah.
Yeah. You see that original, he's jumping through the streets, he's doing like fucking pipe rope and everything, sliding across zip lines and just doing all this flippy shit. You look at the remake, like, he's barely doing anything. Like, there's barely any stunt work. Like, you have all this money to spend on these live action remakes, and you can't even invest it in a stuntman to do these cool moves. Hell, one of the scenes where they have Aladdin and Jasmine going off each other, they're just literally walking down the street for 3 minutes. That's not a scene. That's literally something you see in a soap opera done by a 3-year-old.
Like honestly, Aladdin kind of felt like a really big budget Disney Channel movie.
Pretty much.
Yeah, you can tell it's like big budget, but there's a lot of just kind of like really small sets and walking around.
Because they blew all their money on marketing and trying to keep the IP going. And also
CGI Will Smith. Because that worked out for Shark Tales. Let's do it again.
Okay, well, here's the thing. I'll give Will Smith this. He does have enough charm to at least be a genie, but not enough to be the genie from Aladdin.
Mhm.
Because
Honestly, he was fine. It was just the CGI was really bad.
as people like to call him, Will Smith Smurf. But yeah.
It's really hard to animate human eyes. They just look uncanny.
There's something called mocap.
Yeah, but even if he probably was mocap, but he's still really fucking bad because they just made him blue.
Well, he just
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure they did mocap him, but they didn't do it very good quality.
Yeah.
Or either that, or they pretty much mocapped him and then said, "Okay, here's the mocap data, animate it. Don't put the mocap data onto a 3D model and then animate the small stuff like the arms and such. No, just here's the mocap data, rotoscope it basically with 3D
You know what,
animation."
it's so cool if they made him stylized, like a stylized cartoony version of Will Smith. And then
That
when he just turns into his human form, he's just like actor Will Smith. And then you could like have like the Friend Like Me actually be like the animated movie where he's like a cartoon character in live action.
that would have been a lot more entertaining.
Like a obviously like a CGI cartoon character, but like imagine like Hotel Transylvania kinda, but like a little more realistic looking. Like that could be really cool.
Hang on, let me see if I can pull up a picture of this. Hang on.
Ugh.
Like cartoon will, I don't know, give him like cartoony eyes or something. Maybe it would still be uncanny, but like I don't know, just Space Jam the shit. Like go all out.
Or basically do what they did in Kingdom Hearts and basically do this. Just take a 3D model of Genie, make it look more like Will Smith, and then use that.
Yeah. Like just make him like a ghost, like a cartoony ghost or something. I don't know.
Because one of the reasons why people loved Robin Williams' version of the Genie, because not only did his design match the voice, his improv allowed for the animators to go nuts with a lot of the animation. Because here's the thing, this is something I've read in the interview. While people saw the animation, thought, "Oh, that must be so difficult to do." Just back in that day.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
But here's the thing, the animators, they said, "No. We actually liked working with Will Smith because it meant we were allowed to be creative with how we could animate his improv." We worked with them like, okay, here's a few drawings. Which one do you think looks better? Like, either of those two, maybe that if you change this and that. Like, they loved animating the Genie because they were allowed creative freedom. Because Genie, it was back in the day, they did a lot loose regarding that. And they got to work with someone as awesome as Robin Williams.
Yeah,
Now, everything is so tight that they can't even change one thing without being reprimanded.
Like Disney really like follows, like they basically took lessons they learned from Marvel, where it's like, all right, we have like the studio comes up with an outline and script, and then like the directors just have to be a yes man and just make the movie we want, and there's no like creativity like bleeding through. It's just literally just the animated movies, the live action with like bad changes because the executives are now meddling.
Yeah.
I think I saw like a clip talking about like why like Lilo and Stitch was so good is because like Disney didn't really give a fuck and weren't paying attention because they were too focused with Pocahontas. And Pocahontas is not really a good Disney movie. And then like all these other movies that they weren't paying attention to, like Lion King and Lilo and Stitch, actually were good because the creators were able to do what they wanted. The live action one doesn't work because now the executives know it's a moneymaker. And they had their fingers in the cookie jar the whole time it was being made, changing shit.
And that's
Even to the point, even where everyone who worked on the movie, if you watch interviews, they kind of are like, yeah, we wanted to make it like the cartoon, but Disney basically said no.
So, really quick segue to get back on track with RWBY.
Yeah.
With all we just said about executives meddling with the underlings of their projects, when we get to after watching Volume 9, I think we're gonna watch The Fall of Rooster Teeth, and you're gonna see a lot of that. You're gonna see people's skeletons pulled out to dry on the clothesline, basically. And speaking of which, originally, another side tangent. There was originally supposed to be 14 episodes in Volume 7, but they only could, because there was supposed to be an episode between the original time slots of episodes. Which ones did they say it was? I think it was supposed to be episodes 9 and 10. So there was, so the original, the original 10th episode was supposed to be like a there, but it got cut because of production issues. Gee, I wonder what production issues were going on there that you had to cut a whole episode in the middle of the whole season. Anyways, so back to RWBY. How do you?
Hill.
So we kind of glossed over a little bit. Team RWBY and Team Juniper are finally huntsmen and huntresses, people. Let's fucking go. It only took 6 years. I think. Yeah, and you feel like that because even then they were feeling like, okay, wait, what? Isn't this a little too soon? And so I think
I
that
mean, mhm.
I feel like that goes into the theory of like that one person saying like, I heard that this was supposed to be like taking place in like within 2 days for this entire season, and like with how quick they got their licenses, like I guess that makes sense. What were you gonna say, Dakota?
I don't remember. But I mean, I don't know, I think it was like they went on all these big journeys saving shit. Like they're basically badass. They like, oh, you basically self-taught. You don't really need to go to school anymore. Here's your license.
Hmm.
But they didn't technically graduate school, but like they basically like you proved yourself as being like competent huntresses. Here you go.
I mean,
So like it's where it's like, oh my god, seems really sudden. We don't feel like we earned it, but they kind of did.
they kind of did. Like they traveled across the fucking world to reunite with one another, survive together, and then are like doing an impossible mission. Mission
Then
Impossible.
again, Ironwood wouldn't know any of that.
Oh, yeah, I'm pretty sure somebody like filled them in. Like,
Yeah, but
when...
no, there's like so much stuff happened. I doubt they told them about them fighting like the Atlas mech. Like he probably would be fucking pissed about that. So like, no, they probably didn't tell him shit of what they've been through, other than like the whole Salem stuff.
Yeah, oh,
Like we
maybe.
pretty much see the seed where they tell him everything that's going on.
I'm pretty sure he
maybe.
knows to some extent, considering like
Everything's cut off. No, the whole thing is everything's cut off. They have no communication with the outside world, and that's why he wants to like put up the towers. That way, to have communication with the other kingdoms. So there's no way he would know that Ruby's a fucking badass, other than his experience during what was it, Beacon?
yeah.
He's like, "Oh, you're a badass at Beacon. Here's your license." Like,
Well-
she's still a kid.
Well, he knows that the plane that they landed in Mantle was unauthorized, and then
Yeah, he knows they stole a plane. That's pretty much it.
yeah, and then but then yeah, she.
Oh my god, you stole our property. Here's your license. You're hired.
Can you imagine? But
I'm just thinking of like that tidbit where he's like trying not to get the job. He's like, that takes a lot of guts to say that horrible shit to me. You're hired.
I'm
He's
sure.
like, God, fuck you.
I'm sure like Crow or somebody like had to fill in Ironwood to like, well, at least like a good chunk of like what happened and what they had to do to get
Yeah.
there. Because like they even told him about Lionheart too.
That's true. Yeah, they probably told him a lot, but like, would you believe him that they follow that grim shit? I don't know. Maybe, yeah, he would believe Crow and maybe Oscar, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, not Oscar, Ozpin, but
Close enough.
I feel like he's probably doesn't know 1%. They probably didn't like. There's probably no time to tell him about the trivial grim hunting they've been doing. They probably just told him about the Salem stuff.
Yeah. Or what they could tell him at
Just
the
like why would they ever need to tell him about like that town with like the Grim in the cellar?
Yeah, I guess. Oh, okay. So then we talked about redesigns. We talked about up to this point where they're all meeting and Team RWBY and friends lying to Ironwood. Now, the people who arrested Team RWBY and friends, how do you feel about the Ace Ops?
Kind of neat. Like I don't really got a feel for their personalities. Like they have personalities, but it's kind of hard to like connect with them. When I'm like, I knew they're probably not gonna like stick around, so they're just kind of like one-offs. But like their powers were kind of cool, and their designs were kind of neat. Who is the lucky guy supposed to be, fairy tale wise?
That's a good question. I'm actually gonna look that up now.
Because he has like a fishing pole. And he's luck based. Like, what is that supposed to be?
I would say maybe he's based off the man who dropped his fishing pole or axe in some sort of lake, and the fairy that pull out with a silver and gold version. It's like,
Yeah.
no, I just want my fishing pole back.
Yeah, Clover. What is he based on? It was a
Like-
volunteering.
I think he's based on the Fisher King? What's the Fisher King?
He is based on the Aesop's fable, A Fisherman's Good Luck.
Okay. I'm assuming one of them was like the tortoise in the hare. Maybe what? I don't know who the stretchy arm guy was. I don't know who
figure that out. Hang
the
on.
dog was.
The douche.
And then like one of them is probably the tortoise, like tortoise in the hare, but like I don't know. I'm honestly kind of curious who everyone was. Because the only one I could guess is like, okay, that's the tortoise in the hare.
No.
Yeah, because like even her nickname is Hare.
Yeah, but who's the tortoise? Or is the tortoise just not there?
I think the tortoise is just not there.
Mallow, a dog and its reflection. Mine.
The one lady's semblance is just sticky feet.
Yeah.
My feet can stick to things.
Mine's
Can you
likely
crawl up
to
walls
be
like Spider-Man? No.
Fine. Yeah. Wait. So Elm and Vine are connected, I guess. Harriet, yeah, probably. Tortoise in the hair. Yeah, that.
Oh, that's clever. I did not realize that. They're called Aesops, and they're based off the Aesop fables.
There you go then.
Puns. Aesop's Fables. I don't know what that is, but I've heard of that name. I think that's like the guy who wrote the book, right?
Basically.
Yeah.
Okay. That's kind of neat. Are we gonna get like a team that's like all nursery rhymes?
Maybe. Who knows?
Or they could be like a crime group, like the nursery crimes.
I swear to God, if we get one based off the It's Me Little Spider, I'm going to scream.
I mean, there is that spider faunus back in volume 5. 5, yeah.
Well, like Little Miss Muffet.
I can't remember what her name was, but
She was Little Miss like her name. I think she was like Miss Muffet or something, but she was basically based on Little Miss Muffet, sat on her tuffet, eating her curds and whey. Along came a spider, sat atop a cider, scared her off away or something. I don't think that's the words, but something like that. But she was literally like, "Oh, when I was a kid, I was scared of spiders, but then I made the spiders work for me."
Oh yeah, that's it.
She's Little Miss Muffet.
Now I'm wondering what they would do with the Jack and Jill.
That's actually a good question.
Jack, like I know, like we get a lot of characters who like make copies of themselves. Like I've joked about it before, like saying like it's kind of a lot of samey powers. But what if they had someone who could like split into two people and it's like Jack and Jill, like two personalities, and then they split back together?
Blue
and
Lady
become
says it was
Jekyll.
Little Miss says that it was I'm sorry. Blue Lady says it was Little Miss back in volume.
Little Miss.
Yeah.
Little Miss Muffet sat in her tuffet, eating her curds of whey. Along came a spider, sat right beside her.
Mother of the Malachite twins. That looks nothing like it. Wait, what? Oh, that's interesting.
So they just need to figure out like what fairy tales everyone is. Like, is everyone a fairy tale, or some of them just original?
So not everyone is a fairy tale. I should probably preface that, because a lot of people just have like certain allegories to like Yatsuhashi, for example, from Teen Coffee. He's literally named after a confectionery.
Okay.
So like that's why Monty had a rule for name conventions where if it looks like a name or looks like a color, sounds like a color, or could be perceived as a color, it is that color. And Yatsuhashi has a darker complexion because Yatsuhashi Japanese confections, because one, he's Japanese based in terms of appearance and design wise, and the Japanese confectionery of the same name is around the same color palette, I think, as well, that he has. And a Taco Bell ad for Blue Lady, oh no.
I got a Red Bull ad.
Hell yeah. Red Bull gives the
I mean-
wings.
I don't even drink Red Bull.
So the first time ever I had Red Bull was one of my managers at work didn't like like the flavor she got, so she got two, because it was the apricot flavor was like new at the time, so she got two cans. She had the one can, did not like it, and says, "Hey Jim, you want this other one?" And I'm like, okay, I don't drink energy drinks, but fuck it, I guess. And oh my god, 30 minutes later, I had the runs.
Damn.
I did not drink any more apricot flavored Red Bull again. Now, watermelon Red Bull, I'll fuck with, but apricot Red Bull.
Isn't Red
no.
Bull made out of bull testicles?
If it is, that's news to me.
I think that was like a myth. I think that was like a myth. Like someone like spread that rumor, and I was like, "Oh my god, it's made of bull testicles." Oh no! And then the Red Bull's like, "No, it's not.
It's not. It has taurine in it, which is produced in bull testicles. However, it's also produced by other plants.
Yeah.
But it was like it's like a big rumor. People were like, "It's made out of what?"
That's why there's also another Dave Chappelle skit where there's a character named Tyrone Biggums. He is your local crackhead, and there is a joke for Red Bull that he makes with a skit with Tyrone Biggums, and it's called Red Bulls, where it literally looks like testicles on the fucking can, and it literally is just cracking a can.
Wow.
And it gives him like, and he uses like $1 Million Man old TV show sound effects, and that it gives him like superpowers basically to like break out of jail and shit. Ugh. I think the Taco Bell ad is over for Blue Lady. All right. What else? So we just all learned about the Aesops. I learned about Robin Hood today, apparently, because fuck me, I guess.
The fucking Robin Hill, Jambi. It's gender swap Robin Hood.
Oh my god, I can't believe this whole good chunk of the fucking season is even an allegory for the fucking 2016 election as well. God damn it. I made that as a joke, but now that you mentioned that, I can't get that out of my head now.
You know, you're probably right. Hillary. Oh my god. Did it come out during 2012?
It came out in 2019, and you're thinking 2016. It came out 3 years after.
Oh.
And
But does that imply Weiss's father's,
yes,
funny or annoying orange man?
yes, or close to it.
Lorax, yes.
Yeah.
Down to rigging the election even.
Oh my god. All right.
Wait, what?
So in the U.S., there is a lot of controversy in regards to of how we vote in our presidents. So we have what's called the popular vote, where it's the vote of the actual individual people and who we want as a president. And during the I'm sorry to get political here, but this is actually a genuine thing that actually happened. But the popular vote was in Hillary's favor. But here's the thing that we have as a caveat for our election system that proves that we're not really living in a democracy. I'm sorry, but we're not. Is we have a thing called the Electoral College. And what the Electoral College is that they're the ones that actually vote in the actual presidential candidates. And our votes, the millions and millions of votes, mind you, that we have, are suggestions.
Damn.
Yep.
Yep.
We don't have that here in Canada, and yet we still end up voting for the idiots.
Oh yeah, the Philippines aren't any better too, because once they got out of a dictatorship, you want to know who they? Correct me if I'm wrong, please do, because I heard this offhand once. And I was like, there's no fucking way they did this. But once they got rid of their dictatorship, do you want to know who they voted into office?
A liberal.
They voted in the dictator's son.
No fucking way.
Yeah, and so and it's kind of partly because of that where we get your Filipino, oh, I'm so sorry, memes.
That sounds too familiar because people in Canada thought, oh yeah, no one wants to vote for conservative because they want to control things like Trump. Motherfucker, have you not done that single Google search? Liberals want to make things worse. And now you put them back in office, and now we're making things worse.
I feel like your liberals are our conservatives, not gonna lie.
Yeah, pretty much. Because, like, conservatives want things like Trump. No. Our conservatives want to make things better. It's the state's conservatives who want to make things like Trump because Trump is the conservative in the states. It's the liberals here who want make things like Trump, even though they want to stay against that. Because guess what? Our current prime minister literally embezzles money.
Damn.
And then, so for some reason, our current / former president, in his first run, for whatever reason, let everybody go during the January insurrection.
Yeah, he pardoned all of them.
Pardoned all of them, and then before that, during his first term, he, for whatever reason, pardoned Lil Wayne for some reason. I don't know why, not gonna lie.
You know, I think everyone who was like pardoned from the January 6th, they immediately got like in trouble with police. And like I think they might even like oof themselves because like I'm not going back to prison. Like I think there's like footage of them being like pulled over for speeding and they're like, you know who I am, the president. Pardon me, you can't arrest me. Like, dude, I'm just giving you a ticket. You can't take me alive.
Oh my god.
Like they're all like literally insane.
You have no idea. Anyways, back to this because I was hoping we didn't get political about this when we got into the political side of RWBY, but apparently we did.
All right, on topic, fictional politics.
Yay! We're prequel trilogying this shit.
Yes, the physical politics. You Team Jacob or Team Edward? Joking, of course. Anyway.
Okay, so and this is kind of where the narrative and writing kind of goes downhill, like how you mentioned yesterday, Phoenix, because of, you know, stuff like that, and it kind of goes as expected, and it's supposed to be like a setup to help attract Grimm to cause another fall of Beacon situation. Cat, what are you doing? Stop it.
Here's the thing. They try to put in politics in a fictional world. Doing that is very, very tricky to do right.
Yes.
And we do it wrong, it can be a massive impact to a story structure.
Yeah, just look at Wish.
Mm-hmm. And then it said, we did this for you. We did this for the fans. Give us a villain with a repetitive song and a backstory that makes no fucking sense. But we did it for you.
Why won't you?
But he's the magic mirror from Snow White, not really, but kinda reference.
And that's the whole thing about Wish. It's all references that don't go anywhere.
I haven't seen the movie, but I honestly believe it was just going to be a random original movie. And they're like, hey, it's going to come out during the 100th anniversary. Add references.
Why won't you grant everybody's wishes? Like, oh, you not understand how much of a bad idea that is. Like you and your friends might like wish for, like, you know, snow cones like free once every day, but like Mr. PDF file down the road is gonna have a different kind of wish.
To be fair, that wasn't really the message of the story. This basically the problem is like, all right, if you can't grant the wishes, that's understandable. Give them back, because he basically takes a piece of your soul. He removes the desire to get that wish from you, so you basically forget the wish.
Okay, but you know,
like the prince is like, if you can't grant it, give it back. Say, like, I can't grant your wish. Here's your piece of soul back. Because I wish to be a famous, talented musician. He basically takes your motivation to basically learn how to be a musician. So you just don't study music. So she's like, well, give the wish back so he can go to music school. That's like the message of the movie.
Okay.
Like
Makes
you're stealing their motivation, basically.
Yeah.
Is there
Anyway.
a proper explanation as to why?
Because stealing people's wishes gives him magic powers or something.
Well, he wants to control the masses more or less by saying, "Yes, you follow me and my control, and one day I may grant your wish."
Oh no.
Only for him to go nuts and then use those wishes as basically a power source, causing, as Dakota says, their soul, a part of the soul to be destroyed, and cause them to feel grief.
Oh,
And basically, he's like, if he gives the wishes back, then it'll basically put in question, like, maybe he's not even magic, because he only grants, like, the easy wishes. Like, ones that were like, I wish to be a knight. All right, you're hired.
Pretty much.
You know what I mean? But, like, if he gives the wish back, like, oh, I can't grant your wish to have Superman powers. People are like, wait a minute, then you don't have magic. You liar.
It's less they believe he doesn't have magic anymore. He wants to make it so only wishes that don't interfere with his control are granted.
It's one of those things where, like, it's a very complex concept and was poorly advertised, and I don't even think they could have advertised it well. It just caused that whole debate on the internet where it's like the villain's in the right. Or like I haven't seen the movie. I feel like people say like he is kind of a good guy, but then he becomes evil for plot reasons.
Well,
Like he gets corrupted or something.
the best way I can put it is that the protagonist kind of does something that a anti-hero would do for a reason that feels selfish, and then the antagonist becomes corrupted because due to anger, and makes it so he does his own thing for selfish reasons just so he can continue his control.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, people wanted the queen, because there's a queen that he's married to. I don't know what person would want to marry that bastard, but if he wanted the queen to also turn evil, so that it could be the first evil couple in mid history, that'd be awesome. That'd be cool.
That was in
But
the
no,
concept art.
Yeah, but then she's just another bland
He's just there.
side character trying to stop the bad guy. Like, okay, sure,
Your husband.
innovation.
You married that.
So quick to jump to your husband when he hasn't really shown that he was evil the whole movie, so this would probably be like a shock to her. Like, wait, he's evil now? This is weird and sudden.
And then
I was like, yeah, let's kill my husband. Yippee!
And then you have like other characters in other fictional mediums, like Omni-Man and his wife, where like when she finds out that he's like the mass murderer who killed the superhero team, and I was like, did you have a reason? Like she was trying to give him an out in that scene where she like to the point where like she was trying to be understanding of why he went that far to kill people that were basically their friends and everything, and he doesn't even give her a straight answer either.
Just because. I mean, he could have just said, like, yo, they were evil and corrupted. They had to be destroyed before they destroyed the world. Like, oh, okay, Omni-Man. That sounds like superhero bullshit.
You know, honestly, stuff like that probably could have worked, but, like, I don't know.
It's like, fuck. Yeah.
Alright. Back to RWBY.
Yep.
Alright, and so we get in, so throughout the events of, you know, as like little appetizers, we get reintroduced to Tyrion and Watts. I splunked out right there. And basically their plan is to pretty much cause chaos and have Grimm attracted to attack Mantle. And so through most of the rest of the plot of... My cat's going nuts right now for some reason. She's attacking the curtains. Alright.
Get him, kitty.
I don't encourage her. I just found out, like, those times where I was...
Yeah, if you can hear me, get him.
No, because, like, she actually just ran off to attack the curtains again. I can't believe she actually heard that.
Oh my god.
Good kitty, you got this. Go through the curtains.
No, like, so, like, some of the times where I was yelling at my cat, like, Junie, what are you doing? Because it sounded like she was scratching up the furniture or something like that. But the furniture is A-okay. Well, literally today, before I went to work, I found out what she was scratching, and it was scratching into the drywall.
Oh. Shit.
I was so fucking pissed.
You might need to get her like scratch and post stuff.
I'm probably gonna have to put like a wall-mounted scratching post over that hole now.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
But anyways, so Arthur Watts, yeah, he has a first name apparently. Arthur Watts and Tyrion Kalos, apparently he has the last name, are going to fuck shit up in Mantle and pretty much cause a riot for Grimm to take over and overrun the city, allowing them to get to the Winter Maiden and, through the Winter Maiden, the relic of creation. And we get a little bit of backstory to both of them. Tyrion was just a lunatic serial killer because, the story from or little tale he's from, Scorpion kills the tortoise because it's in my nature, because he's a fucking psychopath. And then we get Arthur Watts, who was a former scientist of the Penny Project. And on top of that, he was a leading scientist within the ranks of Atlas as well, to the point where, and I don't like this because they don't show why he left or how he felt underappreciated, but hopefully in Volume 8 they show it, probably not, knowing Rooster Teeth, of why he left. Oh, you didn't appreciate me, Ironwood. And then Ironwood's like, what the fuck are you talking about? I gave you everything you wanted.
Slowly looks away from the screen because I know what happened in Volume 8, but I'm not going to say nothing.
Kind of seemed like he wanted, like, power or political power or something. Like, no, you're just my scientist.
And speaking of political power, he does return and confronts Jacques Schnee and helps rig the councilman election for in Schnee's and Jacques' favor. And oh my fucking god, that was so fucking stupid of Jacques as well, and I can't believe how realistic it is as well, where I pointed out, he's literally holding Atlas hostage by laying off so many employees until he gets reinstated into the being a part of the council. And then everyone's like, the fuck is that gonna do for you? And then
nothing. Absolutely nothing.
And that's
what so stupid.
Exactly, and that's why the initial voting poll was literally 30-70 to Robin's favor. And then I even noticed, like, did that tick go down for Robin and up for Jacques? And then throughout the rest of the episode, it keeps going down for her and up for him. Like, no, this is not how they're doing it. And then that's how the 2016 election allegory comes into play, and that kind of shows you Rooster Teeth's political view lies in, I guess you can call it. But anyways, Jacques wins the election once, and so and he kind of rubs salt in the wound as well, with having, well, not him directly, but Tyrion jumping everyone at the victory party to frame Penny, and has a secret camera recording him, and Watts is a very good at Photoshop, apparently. I don't know.
Photoshop, editing, keying out, and then basically altering cameras, yeah.
Yep. I do like that because he's a super smart scientist and whatnot, and he's like borderline a technopath. I pointed this out, like Watts is like basically a Watch Dogs protagonist.
Pretty much.
Yeah, and so I like that. I think that's like an underutilized thing in fiction, where like one good hacker can literally control so much shit, like with just their phone. And that's basically the basis of the first Watch Dogs game, and going into the second one and to the third game.
And the reason why a lot of people wanted to learn how to hack, just so they can pull out the same shit in Watch Dogs.
Yep.
And you do it again.
So then after that, we get into Penny being framed, having been taken out of the equation when it comes to being in the public because everyone wants her destroyed. And it turns out that Penny is alive because it's not because she is made of artificial intelligence. She is quite literally made out of a piece of Pietro's soul. Or ore, I should say, but either or.
Yeah.
Mm. So what happens if one of them dies?
Good question. Next question.
I was gonna say this isn't the Horcrux situation where if Penny dies, he dies. It's more or less he split his soul into two. Or
Right.
not
So,
less
like,
equal
if
pieces,
she
but
dies, she's just dead and he's fine.
more or less. He's just missing a
Alright.
piece of his aura.
Because he did mention, like, every time he has to rebuild her, he has to give her another piece of his soul, and he's like, God fucking damn it.
Pretty
yeah.
much.
You're killing me. I love
Night,
you,
night.
but you're killing me.
Good night, Lou Lady. Have a good time zones to you. Sleep well.
Good night.
Bye bye. Goonie. What are you doing? Get out the kitchen. Get not get in the cupboards.
Do it, cat. Get in the cupboard.
It always goes in the same cupboard too, and I literally have to stack like my soda cans in front of the door so she doesn't pry it open.
Oh no.
And it's just the one too. I have no idea why.
Well, then, like, put a cat bed in there. Make it her spot.
So yeah, I like making food, and oftentimes I like making stuff with like garlic in it, and so I don't want her to accidentally like leap on the counter and like get garlic.
Okay. That's fair. It's like a high cupboard. What's she climbing tables for?
A good question. I have to put tin foil on the counters.
Use like a spray bomb, spray them. Maybe not, because you're not supposed to get cats' heads wet, because that like scares them and make them traumatized with baths.
She hates water already as is. Like I've tried like filling like my like the biggest pot of I have at home. I tried filling it with like lukewarm water to like bathe her in. She does not want to get in there. She fights.
Oh no, they won't. You're gonna have to. You're basically gonna have to turn the bath on and then bring the cat into the bathroom and just hold them down in a bathtub.
I don't have a bathtub. I have a shower. I have like a
I
quart.
guess you could do a shower, but you might want to have the water already running when you bring the cat in there, because if you like put the cat in the tub and then turn the water on, it's gonna sound like a really loud hiss, and they're gonna like run for it.
See, that's my issue. Is that I don't know what it is, but I feel like she has like spider sense when it comes going into the bathroom. Because every time I've tried bringing her into the bathroom, she is fighting for her fucking life to get out of my arms.
Yeah. Well, at least cats, they bathe themselves, so it's like fine. But yeah.
Yeah. But yeah. Anyways, so Arthur Watts is pretty much trying to frame Penny in order to lessen the city's defenses, get her out of the equation from the public eye, and then
Make Ironwood look bad.
make Ironwood look bad, and on top of that, try and to have him removed from the council. So that way he has no military or political power anymore. But that backfires tremendously, thankfully, because we get introduced to the final MILF of the series, Weiss's mother, Willow Schnee, who, I hate how much she reminds me of my mother, and not in a good way. Fuck, I hate how she just reminds me of my mother. Like, she, like, has that, not condescending, but she always has those jabs to get out her. And because, like, Weiss is like, Whitley doesn't love me anymore, or doesn't even like me at all, and she's like, well, it's because you left him here. Like, bitch. You ain't done shit either, so you ain't got much room to talk. Anyways. So, apparently, Willow has set up cameras all over the mansion in secret for what I'm going to assume is to have evidence for, like, good divorce reasons, I guess. And
I guess now was like a good time, like, You know what? Getting my husband in jail for rigging elections pretty good reason to like bring this up for divorce. He's in prison. I don't have technically divorced him. He's in prison.
Yeah, and thankfully that helps in Weiss's favor, and she brings the evidence to the council, the rest of the council, Ironwood, and everybody, and whoop, cat's out of the bag. Arthur Watts is still alive for some reason somehow. It's not really explained what happened there. And now everyone is on the offensive, now, or yes, defensive, because the Grimm start attacking, and they pretty much try to manage taking care of Watts, Tyrion, and the Grimm invading Mantle all at the same time. And thankfully, Ironwood comes to his senses and finally reveals to Mantle the existence of Salem. And uses that live production to lure Watts into going to Amity Coliseum, in which Ironwood pretty much traps him there, more or less, and captures him. Which is a pretty creative and fun fight between the two of them, though. But I'm really curious of what Watts' semblance is, because unless he has OCD. Because he was counting every shot he made at Ironwood that entire fight, literally.
Maybe his intelligence is his semblance, and it's like a timer.
Maybe.
So maybe, or like he's like, all right, like he's like predicting he's basically trying to lead and trap Ironwood to basically fall into his trap. You know what I mean? And he's just like counting, all right, phase 1, step 1, step 2, step 3, or whatever.
Right.
And then I think it technically worked. He got his arm trapped, but he didn't. But he just like ripped his skin off and was like, nah, your plan didn't work.
Yeah, not gonna lie, like he didn't calculate the possibility of Ironwood degloving himself, which I was not expecting. Not gonna lie, that was something that came out of left field even for me.
I'm honestly shocked that Ironwood didn't just throw Watts into like the lava. Like I know he's the good guy, not murder, but like everything that's going on, I felt like they kind of like cut off of him holding a lava. I would assume they just threw him in off screen, but then it cuts to him in police car, and it's like, oh, they're just gonna come back. Damn.
Yeah.
It's always annoying when it's like, oh, we caught the bad guy, but they just escape, and it's like, well, this season was just kind of pointless. They're still out there. But whatever. I don't know, it's just kind of like annoying. Like they got the Scorpion guy, they got Watts, and then they got away. I think they still have Watts though. But they're gonna break him out.
Yeah, Watts was shown captured with a black eye and everything, and so he's in custody. Ow, kitty, stop it. And
Scorpion guy's gonna bust him
out. Possibly, most likely. Oh my god. So then, once Ironwood makes it back to his office with the suitcase Watts was carrying with him, and I was curious of what he was looking at, and I was assuming that like someone was confronting him like just after kicking Watts' ass, or assuming that he actually dropped Watts in the lava, like you said. I thought that was literally like just after he left the building, and so if somebody was out there waiting to confront him or something like that. But no, it was him going back to his office, and he was surprised and scared that something or someone was there. It was something, and it was Cinder having left a glass queen chess piece that is Salem's calling card. And so it pretty much set him in the fucking crashing out again, but worse, he's schizoing out to the point where he perceives everything as one big distraction in order for Salem or whoever, Cinder, by the way, Cinder and Neo, to get the relics and the Winter Maiden. And he's right, but this, for Salem, this is like a happy fucking coincidence for her. Like, not gonna lie, because she did not plan for Cinder and Neo to go after the Winter Maiden and the relics while everybody else was just distracted with the shit show outside. And so Salem reemerges or emerges out of the suitcase Ironwood brought back to his office, and contains one of those jellyfish Grim that's used for communication.
Why wouldn't he have looked in the bag before bringing it to his office? It could have been a bomb.
That is a good question.
Why doesn't the police have that in custody as evidence?
That's a good question. We will never find out. Probably never find out. But I don't know. Maybe it was something. Maybe because maybe Watts has something in here that I can investigate. And
yeah, but look in the bag while the cops are arresting him.
Yeah, and again, this is where the writing kind of shits itself every now and then for RWBY. So then Salem play. I don't want to say she doesn't bluff, but again, this is why I'm saying she didn't know Cinder was going to be there to go after the relics and Maiden while everyone was distracted. She did not know that. She never made contact with Cinder at all, as far as we know. So that's just.
I mean, she's aware Cinder's alive and doing her own thing. Maybe she's spying on Cinder.
Maybe.
And it's part of her plan, but Cinder just doesn't know.
It's just happy coincidence for Salem, just all these playing cards just falling in her lap. I don't know how I got lucky with this hand dealt to me, but I'm gonna run with it, basically.
Kind of one complaint I have with this season and last season is side villains coming out of nowhere at the end. Like last season, just randomly, what's the Faunus guy? What's his name? Adam just came out of nowhere. He was just "Oh, Adam's back!" Just out of nowhere.
Yeah.
In the finale, it kind of came out of nowhere, and then this one just "Oh, Neo and Cinder's here," just out of nowhere. I feel like they could have teased or set him up like they're in the town a little better. Because honestly, when during the party, they cut to one of the server ladies, right? So I'm okay, she's probably a Chekhov's gun. She's gonna be something. And it turned out to Neo. Okay, but before that, when they did Oscar telling Ironwood after he agreed RWBY was gonna tell him, that was just kind of confusing. Why is Oscar telling him? There's no setup that he was the Neo. It's just kind of out of nowhere. I don't know. I feel like they could have set up Neo and Cinder being in the town a little sooner. It seemed really last minute.
My brain fuzzles there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't know. They just felt like they came out of nowhere.
A little bit, and that's where
how did they get in the? Oh, they had they stole a ship too, I guess. There's sub setup, but that was in last season. This season there was no setup, where you just kind of forget that they're doing something.
Yeah. Because they had their own little plot. And then they come in, and then they finally catch up with everybody else. But they're barely around long enough for it to matter. I mean, it matters, but they.
No, their plot point mattered. It just there was no setup. It's just oh shit, now Cinder's here trying to steal the Maiden.
Yeah.
That's really big, and this is all being thrown at me all at once.
Yeah.
Maybe just show them landing in the town an earlier episode. We're here, we're gonna do something. And so that way it's in the back of our mind that they're here.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And so also as well, so we're going back to the Ironwood crash out, and he wants to put everything in martial law and have Atlas dismount from Mantle and pretty much live in the fucking sky. So that they
to the one place not corrupted by Salem.
Space. Even Thomas the Train agrees.
Yeah, we said that in unison. That's a clip right there.
Hell yeah, I'm definitely clipping that.
Please do. That's awesome.
And so, yes, and so which I'm trying to figure out, like, how much of their foods, like, okay, I can understand they have them having, like, maybe, like, shields to, like, maybe maintain an atmosphere for them, so, and to be able to breathe properly. Okay, I can buy that. How are they gonna maintain a food supply?
I think he mentioned that they have enough farms and food up there to survive. He mentioned that.
Right,
Like,
right.
he's like he says, like, we have everything we need to like maintain to be up there, so we're just gonna go do that, and she can't get us.
I don't think they have a geneticist up in Atlas, though, considering that, like, you need, like, a certain population number in order to prevent, inbreeding and, what is it? Basically genetic collapse, more or less.
Yeah.
To sustain a society.
Yeah, they'll work it out.
We'll get there when we get there.
Eventually.
I mean, like the Schnee family all have white hair and look very similar, so it's probably they probably don't care.
Oh my god.
We gotta maintain the Schnee bloodline.
Well, in fairness, Jacques adopted the Schnee name.
Yeah, I know, but it's like they all have white hair. Just make it like it's like a Millhouse joke.
Mind you, he has white hair because he grew old. You saw the portrait of him. He
yeah.
had brown hair back then.
I guess you're right.
I always have thought he dyed it white just to, like, to match even more, to be, like, more uniform with the rest of the family, because, like,
my
they
God,
live
what if
it.
it's what if
That's
it's
also possible.
worse and he forced them to dye their hair white?
Oh god.
That
Oh,
would
yeah.
be absolutely fucking terrible.
Yeah, they pull an outhouse like that one character.
Oh god. I don't think it would be like that, considering we do actually see portraits of the founder of the Schnee Dust Company, Nicholas Schnee, with him being white-haired, blue-eyed as well.
Schnee's a funny name.
He's very sneedy.
Nicholas Schnee. Oh, I skid my Schnee.
I think it means snow in German, I think it is.
Yes.
Oh, it means snow.
Yeah,
Yes.
and Weiss means white, so quite literally.
So like in winter it's like schneeing.
Uh,
Oh my god, it's schneeing outside.
And so, like, Weiss Schnee is literally Snow White
Who
backwards.
schnizzed on my yard?
Oh my fucking god. Fuck. I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh, okay. Ironwood Crash Out wants to go to space, and and Ruby ain't having that, and pretty much declares Ruby and friends to be enemies of the state, more or less.
pretty much.
And then around this time, Robin, Clover, and Crow are all out, haven't been all out to catch Tyrion, and they catch him, and they're bringing him to jail, prison, whatever. Fuck me, I guess. Where, and we got a cool fight sequence coming up, but it's so fucking stupid in so many ways because of, like, how it builds up to it, why it's even happening, why people are teaming up with whomst. Oh my god, it's just so stupid. So, like, okay, Tyrion's up. He got knocked out, and he's like, hey, it's all my favorite people.
Let's start with the biggest thing. They have him tied up, okay,
Right.
and then fucking what's his face? I can't remember his name, even though you just said it.
Clover?
Clover, thank you. Looks at his scroll, sees that Crow is now amongst the most wanted, and instead of doing the sensible thing of letting him know that you're now wanted, I don't know why. Let's talk about why that is, so we can figure out a way to deal with this peacefully. He jumps to, okay, you're wanted. Time to put you in cuffs. Like, motherfucker, I know you're just quote unquote following orders, but you are the dumbest motherfucker with a fishing pole I've ever met.
Mm-hmm.
And I know Big's a fucking cat.
And then Robin was like, yeah, we shouldn't are we doing this right now? And then Tyrion's like, ooh, a flight and a show. And then, like, let's get this party started. And basically we got like a 2v1 of Robin and Crow facing Clover because reasons, and stupid fucking reasons, jump with the gun reasons, and Tyrion is just like having the time of his fucking life in the background, and and I'm just thinking, this is what he wants. Why are you giving him what he wants, both physically and literally, and metaphorically? And guess what happens? Oh, Tyrion breaks free. Oh, guess what happens? He literally crashes their fucking plane. Gee,
and then the Tyrion and the Crow face off against Clover. Crow managed to disarm Clover and knock him out. Leaves his sword in the snow, very stupidly, tries to talk to Clover and figure things out. Tyrion, of course, being the psychopath he is, takes Crow's weapon and kills Clover and frames Crow for it because it's his weapon.
And on top of that, it was a great animation fight sequence, sure, but like the setup and pairings were so lopsided. It made no fucking sense. It should have been at least a 3-way triple threat match in WWE's Hell in a Cell. Instead, it's like 2v1, basically the entire way through. I'm like, why? Why not everyone going for each other, more or less? Because that's basically the setup. Everyone's going for each other. It's free-for-all.
Yeah. Clover's going for Crow's going after Tyrion, and Tyrion's going to Clover because Tyrion wants to kill Clover to blame Crow.
And then, but like Crow wants to kill fucking Tyrion because of Tyrion trying to capture his niece and almost kill him. And then Clover is like, well, I just caught a murderer that was trying to frame my general, but I just got the wanted sign for Crow, so like I gotta handle both of them. But like, no one's juggling in between. It's all 2v1. And on top of that, you even have Tyrion and Crow side by side with one another trying to take down Clover. This is not the Tournament of Power where you get that epic fight scene of Frieza and Goku trying to take down Jiren. It's not that. It's not even close to that.
Like, honestly, Crow should not have been surprised when Clover got killed because, like, you team up with a serial killer. It's like, yo, let's take him out, and then we can have a rematch. Like,
yeah,
the serial killer is gonna kill him. Like, that, there's no winning the fight without killing him. You team up with a serial killer, so like him be like, no, what did you do? Like, you teamed up with a serial killer. What did you think he was gonna do? He said, let's take him out together, then we can fight. He's not gonna knock him out. All right, he's unconscious. Now let's fight. What the fuck are you thinking? Honestly, it should have been the other way around, where he's like, yo, Clover, we can settle this after we get the serial killer back in handcuffs.
Please.
Because, like, I technically haven't done anything, but, like, maybe you could arrest me. We'll fight it out afterwards. I don't know.
If anyone should have been 2v1 on, it should have been Tyrion. It really should have.
Yeah.
At the very least, a triple threat match, because everyone's going for each other, more or less. I don't know. That was just so fucking stupid. And
like, imagine trying to beat up one guy, and then there's just a serial killer also punching you. Like, take out the serial killer first. Like, let's focus on that.
Yeah. At least, yeah, take out the one guy that would actually, like, more than willing kill either of you.
Who's going to kill? All right, because Crow and Clover aren't going to kill each other. Tyrion, he probably should. He's like famous. He's basically this universe's Jack the Ripper or whatever. Go kick his ass.
They even introduced his backstory of being a fucking lunatic serial killer. What were you expecting? Ay, ay, ay.
Yo, this is a good idea. Crow's like, this is why I drink. Bad decisions. Like, that's not even bad luck. That's just a dumb decision, Crow.
Yeah, it really is. And it's just bad writing. I guess it's just so dumb. And this is why I said that the writing Pragulum for RWBY is just going to be, like, downhill like that. After we finished Volume 3, it's gonna be like that a lot. I don't know how much more going into Volume 8 and 9, but it's basically that. And then on top of that, we have Ironwood's crash out. He's doing this and that. And then I think goes to Ironwood betraying Oscar, because Oscar was wanting to talk sense into Ironwood. He tries to say, "Hey, man, I'm good, bro. I'm not afraid. Am I'm a cool as a cucumber," and he ends up just arguing semantics and philosophies of, well, here, that's what your philosophy is, but I'm trying to think logically, and we're going to get into his semblance next volume, if I remember correctly, what his semblance actually is. Stupid, I will add, because this goes into me not liking a lot of the quote-unquote powers that get introduced post Monty Ohm, is where they're not even powers at this point. They're just either genetic defects that somehow get turned into powers, like Hazel, with basically having Sipa as a semblance to basically critical thinking for Ironwood. That's basically what it is. And I'm not joking either.
His powers, he just overthinks.
It's not. It's not. I've mentioned what his semblance is before, so it's not really a spoiler. Well, it is, but it's not much of like a significant truth. It's more so he has the ability to just think and decide rational logic and decisions based on the information that is presented to him. So critical thinking.
So the logical choice was to shoot Oscar.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I'll just shoot this defenseless miner. That's cool.
Exactly.
Like, bro, he's just a kid. He's not gonna. What is he gonna do to you? Yeah, he's been training, but like, come on. Like, you could take him. You don't have to shoot him off a cliff.
Exactly. And so apparently his logical, critical thinking solution is, let's shoot a fucking kid. And
he's gonna have to live with that. Like, what if he gets a redemption? Because he technically isn't a bad guy. Like, his motives are like, all right, he wants to save as much people as he can, and he's kind of crashing out right now. But for the most part, he's been reasonable. Like, none of his thing is like malicious. Yes, he is gonna kill a lot of people, but like, I don't know. It feels like a last resort to him.
yeah.
But like, shooting a kid, really? Like, what Oscar wasn't even really gonna fight him, I don't think.
No, not even it. He even put away his cane and everything to prove a point.
Yeah, and just kind of like, all right, we redeemed Ironwood. He's redeemed again. By the way, he shot me off a cliff. Ironwood, he's like 10. No redemption for you. We're not working with you.
And then, like any other character in RWBY, when your aura is depleted and broken and you're falling down a bottomless pit, you will survive.
It's like, it's the stab wound of Star Wars for RWBY.
Oh my fucking god, I hate New Disney so much. Anyways.
So many people get stabbed and survive now.
Yeah, everyone except for Qui-Gon Jinn, but, you know... girl boss.
Qui-Gon in heaven watching Grogu heal a guy, and it's like, wait, we have healing powers?
That's kind of the funny part about like old Star Wars lore as well, that there is healing techniques in the Force as well, but like we never
Padme and Anakin in heaven watching Grogu heal someone. Like, what the fuck? That's like literally the plot of Episode 3.
Yeah. Oscar survives. He is tapping more into his inner Ozpin with growing magical abilities. After that, cool fight sequence between RWBY and Aesop's.
Yeah.
However, and we're gonna get into more of this because of how they retconned RWBY's semblance and how it's going to be reintroduced in the retcon, and I know for a fact that it's going to be explained what the fuck her semblance really is in Volume 8, and it makes no sense why it is. Because, like, especially in the fight with Aesop's, where RWBY bashes through the iron door, with her semblance and escapes, it proves that her semblance isn't nigh invulnerable, I should say. Or I should say nigh intangible. Anyways, that I'm getting a little ahead of myself there. But I do like the fight sequences in this volume, despite a lot of the shortcomings of the writing. What were you saying? Oh, I thought somebody said something. Okay. Dakota, what do you think of the fight sequence for Volume 7 so far?
Just in the show in general?
Let's go with the Aesop versus RWBY then.
It's pretty cool.
Feels good.
That was like a fight scene.
Okay. So
Funny how like the one person's semblance is just having sticky feet.
I think that's in reference to Elma and the Vine, so like a tree basically. She becomes a tree-ish.
Yeah.
Okay, but she just like she can stick to the ground.
Yeah, it's not a very good semblance, and then this is why I was saying it before. While that a lot of these semblances,
Could she stop a train?
Possibly with how physically strong because she stopped a mammoth Grim.
I mean, like they did break the floor underneath her, so I guess the train could technically move her, but like technically she
I think
slow down a train.
Yeah, slow. She is physically strong enough to stop a mammoth-sized Grim, but I think it would depend on the material on the ground that she's trying to stick onto. Because basically, her semblance is just to help anchor her to the ground because of how powerful the kickback of her missile launchers are on, and being able to handle large Grim creatures like that.
But I don't know, it's like such a specific semblance. Like, how often are you to use sticking to the ground?
You never know. If they maybe
the power of boots.
If she
wears cleats.
Yeah, if it was something similar to like Spider-Man's sticky powers, but like at her feet, I could probably see that, like her walking up walls and sticking to the ceilings or something like that with just
like gravity shoes.
Yeah, like that. Like if they showed that off, I could be like, okay, there's some versatility there, but like you're just anchoring yourself, bro. Vine quite literally just makes vines out of his limbs. Elm is the tree. Marrow is the dog faunus, and I kind of like his semblance because it's actually probably the most broken semblance I can think of so far if you use it properly. Because Dakota, you remember why I told you about Jesse Custer from Preacher about how he
he is like
the word of
he
God.
can tell people to do stuff,
or God's word from Garden of Sinners. Basically, he can tell people to do stuff and they will obey. But for whatever reason, he only which is funny because he's a dog faunus, and so he's using dog commands as well. I'm just wondering what would happen if he said something like "play dead." Like, would they die or would they just be unconscious?
I think it's play dead. It's like pretend. Maybe make them pass out.
Maybe.
Now, here's the thing. Imagine him fighting someone, and then they're like in traffic, and then he tells them to stay.
That would suck.
That would be dark.
Yeah. But he can only use it on like so many like within a certain vicinity, I guess, because like he's used it on that one pair of like 3 centipedes as one. But like when he tried using it on Weiss, then her construct, he could only do one at a time. So interesting gaps and limitations to his semblance, even though it is fairly broken. Harriet or Hare is a speedster, and
has punchy robot arms,
which are really cool. I actually really do like that because it reminds me of Jax from Mortal Kombat. Was that everybody? I think that was everyone.
I was the lucky guy, but he's just lucky because, like, oh, Crow's bad luck. He's lucky. Now they're friends.
Basically,
But it's just business, sadly.
unfortunately, until Clover's luck ran out. What else? What else? What else? What else? After that, we get to cut to Winter and Penny arguing philosophy of one's destiny and fate. And Penny, even though she's a goddamn robot, is like, yeah, I'm not vibing with any of this. And then we get into another cool action sequence, which I personally think is probably my favorite, because of that, just because of that 360 camera swing between everyone while they're all fighting each other, with Penny and Winter 2v1ing Cinder. And I'm honestly surprised with how much Winter actually struggled against Cinder, because she held her own at first against Crow when they first met in Volume 3, and it's been mentioned that physically Raven and Crow are basically evenly matched, and makes me wonder if the entire time Crow was holding back then against Winter. Because, like, it should have been, like, another, like, Raven versus Cinder fight, basically, in terms of, like, physical, mayhem. But I really do like that fight. That was a really good fight, in my opinion. I do like how, even though the Winter Maiden was old enough to develop, I'm going to assume, either Alzheimer's or dementia, that she still has a understanding of her sense of duty and responsibility as the Winter Maiden. And it's like an example of, like, age and wisdom are like fine wine, because holy shit, she overpowers Cinder easily, and she literally just woke up from a nap. And so, even though we don't get a big introduction to the Winter Maiden, what do you think of her, Dakota?
She was interesting. She's a little old lady, though.
Little old lady.
Yeah, like Weiss's sister was, like, basically trying to be, like, the last person she sees before she dies, hopefully. Yeah, she can become the Winter Maiden because her name's Winter. You know, did you think Iowa was like, yo, your name's Winter, wanna be the Winter Maiden? Come on, puns, let's go. It's perfect.
I'm not quite sure if that was going to be, like, you know, Monty's, like, initial intention with introducing Winter, and then the maidens are like, oh, that's because that's a little on the nose. At the same time, I wouldn't put it past them if that was the case.
No, it's like they did the same thing with Ozpin. It's like, oh, he possessed a kid named Oscar, so that way there's no confusion. It's all planned. They like brand synergy.
Which, you know what I mean? It's funny you mention that too, because the first and original Winter Maiden was named Winter as well. So yeah,
it was like Winter, the Winter Maiden, double Winter.
I do like and appreciate that, because this is the Winter Maiden, they actually made the Maiden powers, at least for Winter, uniform again. I'm like, thank fucking God. Because I was so tired of all the maidens having the same maiden powers. Just generic, oh, we got Jack of all trades all over here. And then you literally have, what maiden is a Raven again? The Summer Maiden, right?
Spring Maiden.
Spring Maiden. Why does she have ice powers?
Wait, which maiden is Cinder?
Fall Maiden.
Because brand synergy, Cinder Fall. You know, it's all part of the plan. They're planning who gets to have the powers in universe. Because the Salem could have had Cinder go capture any of the maidens first, but like, no, you go get the Fall Maiden, because like your last name's Fall. It's funny.
So there's actually
Salem. You have it's a humor.
Damn it. So yes, I think you're mostly right on that part, but like I think the reason why they went after the fall maiden first was because she was recently became the maiden, and so she was still inexperienced to utilize her powers properly, and so easy enough to take out first.
Hmm.
Everyone else after that was going to be a
Wasn't she also dying though?
no.
Did
Well,
they had her
yes.
frozen?
Well, they froze her because she got jumped by Cinder, Mercury, and
Okay.
Emerald because she was inexperienced.
Okay. All right, we'll just give her to another inexperienced kid. Let's go.
Oh, the irony.
I mean, at least Penny's combat ready.
Yeah, I know, but it's like
True.
they didn't have anyone that they had prepared for this years in advance,
I'm
like a
going
line of like successors
for the Winter Maiden.
for like the Fall Maiden.
Oh,
Instead of just like putting this all on Pyrrha all at once.
I think it was more so kind of similar to like because like even fuck, they even tried explaining this to Pyrrha, where it's like it gets complicated if the maidens don't have a last person in their thoughts, and so basically the power goes off in the fucking beyond and chooses somebody at random, more or less, and makes it harder for their job to locate them again.
Yeah, but don't they have someone like with the Winter Maiden? I basically do what you do with the Winter Maiden. You picked someone they've known for years in advance, and they've been like hanging out with the maiden. Like, why did you just put this all on Pyrrha all at once and not have someone who's been prepared for this for a couple of years?
I think it was because
Like, prepare was like from an existential crisis. Like, you want to erase my personality, my soul? What?
I
The
think
world's gonna end if I don't? What?
I think it was mostly because all this was all happening like fairly recently, question mark.
I guess, but like, why was it the Fall Maiden like kept safer? Why did they have to let her get jumped? She was young. Well,
I honestly I don't know how to answer that or defend. Oh, I mean, I guess she was like monitored a little bit since Crow was the one that came in to save her.
I guess they saved her. Yeah, but like what was she just out of the open?
I think she
She's
was like
living on a farm.
I think she was just traveling, just to. I don't you see.
Why was she allowed to travel?
We never know because her character literally got killed off in like literally the same season they introduced her in. She doesn't even have speaking roles too. She literally has the gas because she gets stabbed. No. She says no, wait, don't do that, or something like that. Then Salem has that leech thing leech her half her power, and then she has a gas when she gets arrowed to the chest by Cinder and then dies.
They could have either recorded that at the same time they had the rest of her lines and just stayed there for that one moment.
Yeah. So yeah, we just never really get any backstory, and then that's kind of the sad thing is that we get it. RWBY to me gets to the point where it hits the Bleach syndrome, and what I mean by that is that the series by Tite Kubo, the anime with the same name as well, Bleach, has an issue with too many characters, where when we get introduced to a new story arc, we get introduced to a new batch of characters, not a singular character, a batch of characters. Where
that just reminds me of like the scene where it's like they're going to the Schneeball and it's just like you have like Team RWBY, Team Juniper, Ace Ops, Ironwood, Crow, and it's just like that is a huge crowd of people. It's like, bro, we said +1, not like the entire your entire office building. Like, who are these people?
Exactly. That's a big point where there's so many characters to focus on, and a lot of them, if not all of them, have some kind of significance at some point at some time for the narrative to continue or progress at least. And with Bleach, it's the same way, where like you're introduced to like the initial protagonists, who are all high school friends, by the way, and then they get sent to heaven to rescue their friend from being executed by Soul Reapers. I'm not joking. That is literally the main plot of the second arc of the fucking series.
Good lord.
And then once that happens, you're introduced to another batch of characters. The Gotai 13, the 13 squads of the Defenders of the Heaven, basically. And then after that, we get introduced to the Arrancar arc. Or, yeah, is the Arrancar arc? Yeah, where you get pretty much demons turned into Soul Reapers. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm getting a little ahead of my... Oh, no, I'm not, because you get introduced to the Arrancar before the Vizards, where they're the Soul Reapers turned into demons. And I'm like, oh my fucking god. And they're batches of characters. Batches of characters. And then after that, you get into... Oh, the series kind of had a hiatus there. But after that, you get into the Fullbringer arc, where people, magicians, have special powers through objects that they have a significant spiritual connection with. One of them literally is about dirtying up their boots to go fast. I'm not paraphrasing that. And then after that, we get into the the 1,000-Year Blood War arc, where you get pretty much based on the lore... Ow. Okay, I'll shut up now.
No, you're good.
Oh, based on the lore of the Quincy's in Bleach, they're basically the Jews of World War II. Where their species almost got exterminated by the Soul Reapers, and now they're back for revenge after regrouping their numbers. Hence why it's called the 1,000-Year Blood War arc. And again, you're introduced to batches of characters. Anyways.
Betty's the Winter Maiden now. How does that work?
Thomas the Train Engine says it's because... Right, you're right. It's because of... Oh, man, I don't think I can say that. I'm 99% sure that's a slur.
You're cutting off because of the train. 1 second.
Yeah, he is an Angie train. Anyways, I think it works.
Robots can become maidens now.
Technically, in Penny's case, yes, because she's not battery powered. She has a soul. She is a robot with a soul. And the thing about Aura is that it's soul related, it's spiritual power more or less, and the whole
theoretically, because she's basically like an android, she could be like an immortal maiden. Like, they don't have to worry about Penny getting destroyed if they like make her outer body extremely like hard to break.
Holy shit, you just blew my mind.
She's like the perfect maiden. Like, yes, she can be destroyed right now, but if you could find an in-universe equivalent to, say, like, vibranium or adamantium and make her indestructible, she's an indestructible immortal maiden, and she could kick Salem's ass.
You know, that's a very good point. And Phoenix knows this. I was spoiled with this, but I won't say what's going to happen in Volume 8. You're actually going to be like, oh no! And then you're going to be like, oh yeah! And then you're like, what? In the span of 3 episodes too.
So like, Penny is basically a robot with a piece of Pietro's soul, right? Why don't they just make more Penny bodies and just put the entirety of Dying Maiden's souls in them?
Because Pietro is the only one with the semblance to be able to do that. And
come on,
and
the semblance is he could rip his soul in half. Bullshit, that's not his power.
I am looking this up right now. I wish we had a second data book to actually confirm this or not, but Pietro, RWBY, Pietro Palladina, and survey says... Fuck off ads. You know what? It does not say what his semblance is, but he has an aura, which means he has a semblance. So what is... He is an Elysian engineer that is capable of creating and repairing a high-grade technology, as shown in through the creation of Yang Jialong's prosthetic arm and his recovery and repair of Penny Palladina. Pietro has an unprecedented ability to separate his aura and use it to give life and soul to an artificial being. In this case, it being the source of his own daughter's soul in Penny Palladina. However, his power to create life is limited, as it takes a larger and more permanent part of his aura every time she is repaired from near death. So far, this procedure appears to have left burnt patches in his aura. In strings is showing Pietro.
So does he need to be alive for Penny to be alive, or is she good if he dies?
From my understanding, she can live without him, but if he tries making more pennies in some regard, then it's basically ripping too many tablecloth for the entire guests to share for dinner.
So like his semblance is he can just make things alive.
More or less, but like the bigger and
That's
more complicated,
bull.
it more strain it puts on his body. And if he
They just did that so they can't make more pennies. That's bull. Plot convenience. So
Hey.
he's a scientist trying to make an artificial intelligence, and then he just like, oh wait, that's my semblance. Like,
it doesn't say it's his semblance directly, but it doesn't make mention of any other technology he made to be able to separate or chunks of his soul, implant them into other artificial beings like Penny's body or anything like that.
I
So
wish Penny was like the Spring Maiden because she's like green.
oh, that'd be uniform. That would make sense, but I don't know, it's Rooster Teeth.
I guess it doesn't make sense either because I think the Spring Maiden is like Yang's mom and she's red, which would probably be better for like summer or fall.
Yeah.
The mating colors aren't really uniform, but I guess it's to like make it so like you can't predict what happens next.
I suppose. I mean, that big plot twist of Raven being the Spring Maiden all along was pretty good as well. But yeah.
Oh, maybe maybe she'll get like a blue outfit and become like a cross between Pinocchio and the Blue Fairy.
Ooh, that'd be interesting. But yeah, then after that, Penny Winter beats Cinder, and then Penny becomes the new maiden, and we are now basically at the end of Volume 7, where Ironwood is again crashing out for the third fucking time, because he no longer has the maiden, and so he can no longer access the vault. And I'm 99% sure that by the time we get into Volume 8, he's gonna be shitting his pants when he looks out the window and see a giant Moby Dick coming at him.
Freaking Monstro from Pinocchio eating a Geppetto.
Yep. And so we have Salem riding in on her whale, and along with another legion of Grimm, not long after the first wave of Grimm pretty much rendered Mantle and Atlas weakened. So yeah,
It's kind of like yeah, Ruby's like, yo, you can't leave Mantle, you'll leave him to die. It's like, yeah, that's true, but also like Salem's here with an army of monsters, so maybe you might as well just save half of them. She basically doomed them all.
yeah.
Like, yeah, like Ironwood's kind of the wrong, but like he would have saved half of the people.
At
Like,
least
heck, a lot of people from Mantle were evacuated to Atlas, so like most of Mantle's already up there.
See, the thing is that his crash out, second one I should say, was before Salem arrived, so he didn't even know that she was like right fucking there. He only assumed like, oh, we got maybe a week to get shit ready and get out of here and do what we can to. And if we leave people behind, okay, well that's a risk I'm willing to take. And then, and then it's a lot sooner than he thought. And so it's like, I feel I would be shitting bricks if like everything. I'm honestly surprised that his hair hasn't gone white with so much stress he goes through.
Well, he has a white streak now compared to his first season.
Oh, I actually have to look that because I did not pay attention to that.
Then he has a beard.
Oh yeah, and he was growing a beard back in Volume 4 as well.
He had 5 o'clock shadows during his his conversation with Jock. So
Mm-hmm.
So the beard was kind of expected at that point.
mm-hmm.
Ruby, James Ironwood. Jimmy, what are you doing? Is that a white streak? Are you referring to like his sideburns or like that side gray?
I don't know. I might be confusing the piece of metal on his forehead or his like sideburns, but he had something gray. He had like the Mr. Fantastic or like Doctor Strange going on.
Oh yeah, he had that back in Volume 3.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But yeah, that's where we are ending with RWBY Volume 7. Thank you, Dakota and Phoenix, for joining me with watching that. And finally, we got to it, because holy crap, did a lot of things try to get us delayed and everything. So, any thoughts and opinions and final things that we'd like to say and talk about for Volume 7 so far?
That I could think of right now.
Anything from you, Phoenix? Any last thoughts or opinions?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
All right. See if I can look at anything real quick for Volume 7. Because, not gonna lie, so you know how in the last couple of volumes we watched, I was reading off of the commenters for each article for each individual season?
Mm-hmm.
So you know Blue Cheese? And how he actually had fair, strong opinions of like why they disliked particular seasons?
Yeah.
Volume 7 for me, from them, caught me off guard. And I'll read exactly what they say. Blue Cheese 2 on October 7th, 2021. There's something about this volume that makes me keep coming back to it. I keep watching the reactions and keep reading the reviews. Maybe it's the fact that the characters acted like characters and were allowed to interact with each other. Maybe it was the slew of characters altogether and how the writers were able to almost balance them out. Maybe it was maybe it was the general good vibes it gives off. Maybe because the fact that this was one of the only volumes that had a clear direction and conclusion that made sense. Maybe it was the amazingly fluid fights. I don't know. There's just something about this volume that separates it from the rest.
Yeah, I kind of agree. This season, it had some writing flaws, but this season was really strong. And like, it felt like the story arc felt like a TV show and thought out. And like, the animation was like really pretty this season.
Yeah, right.
Like, I thought it was pretty strong. It's really neat seeing how like the budget gets like upped each season and like looks prettier and prettier.
Yeah, and this was post Warner Brothers acquisition as well, and so definitely a budget increase. Definite noticeable budget increase.
Because like Mantle and like Atlas were like really pretty. It's got like looks like nice whites and blues in Atlas, and then like Mantle looks kind of like a little UK-ish with like some like cyberpunky like neon lights. It was like really pretty and aesthetically nice.
Oh yeah, especially being like the most technologically advanced kingdom in all Remnant. So they had to go all out with making that a proper statement. Alright. Without further ado, I think that's gonna be it for tonight. Again, thank you, Dakota and Phoenix. And I already ordered the Blu-ray for Volume 8, and it should be arriving, I think, Friday. And so, So we should be good to go for Volume 8 when we get back to RWBY Tuesdays next week.
Awesome.
Yep. So
All right.
I
You
hope.
rated or you just ended?
I think I can raid in because there's somebody I haven't raided in a long time. One of Kataro's other friends that they always hung out with for a good while. Paper Mew Mew. I don't know if you remember them or know them.
I don't know. I think I know them.
They are. I can't remember what their VTuber is, but they are a student out in Japan, and and so they're pretty interesting. They're pretty chill. I think they're cool. All right. I'm not quite sure what I'm gonna be doing for streams in the next few weeks. In the near future, I should say, because I don't know what to stream. Because we're doing Borderlands 3 now. Sundays, Mondays with Dakota and Calmer. And anything else after that, I have no idea. I'm trying to get more collabs in with the rest of Sillytopia. Trying to get some something going. We might be doing Pathfinder. We might be doing other fantasy related things. We could be doing something. I'm not quite sure, honestly. It's a work in progress, but hopefully within the next month we'll have something going for Sillytopia in terms of like collaborations. But without further ado, if I don't see you again, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Let's go.
Bye, everybody.
Bye bye.
Adios, folks.
Alright, you all have a good night now. I appreciate ya.
I'm
have a good
going to
night.
pass out.
Yeah. Bye, Jempy.
Bye bye.
Hey, it's John B. Here, I'll open this window. Get in here. John B, long time no see. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate it, appreciate it. Alright, close the window, close the window. Oh my goodness. Okay. Get away from the window. Leave the pair. Oh, can opener. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I hear them. We need out. We need out. Get out.